Good afternoon. This is Town of Hempstead Board of Appeals, November 19th, 2 p.m. meeting. Madam Chair, do you have any opening remarks?
Not much. Most of the people here look relatively familiar. For those of you who have not been here before, Secretary for the Board, Mr. Owens, will call the case in order. Counsel of the Board is here. One of our most established plans examiner from Building Department is here to provide her expertise as needed. We'll call the cases in order. He'll ask for adjournments and withdrawals in the event they are. When your case is called, make sure you've signed in on your case. When your case is called, the applicant will come here. If there are multiple parties, they'll take the whole seat. If you're here and as not part of the applicant, but as an interested party or otherwise in opposition, you can either stay where you are or sit up here if there's room in the front. When the applicant's done presenting the case, we'll allow anyone else who wishes to speak about the matter to come to the podium. You'll get sworn in, tell us what you want the board to know about the case, and just make sure you've signed in or we won't know you're here to call you. Is there anything else, Patrick? Think of anything else? All right, let's go.
Okay. Madam Chair, we do have an application for an adjournment this afternoon. Case 67824, Hewlett Rockaway Portfolio, LLC, also known as 56 East Rockaway Road.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Township, New York. I have a request for an adjournment. On October 15th, I came here. The board granted me a short adjournment, only 1 month, because they wanted to see that the applicant submitted for fire marshal and plumbing. I do have receipts from the fire marshal that they filed, and he filed for an expedited review. And I have a letter from the contractor with the plumber's name and license number, and that the plumbing process was started, and they expect the plumbing permit to be issued this week.
Is that the plumbing for the temporary structures or for the new permanent one?
No, this is temporary structure. The new, the permanent building has not yet come before you. That should come before you sometime this year. I spoke with Becky, and I told her I would give her a copy of these letters to bring back to the building department. And based upon that, I'm requesting a longer adjournment, this time maybe 3 or 4 months.
Where are you? I'm somewhat familiar with the case, and I know you're working hard to get the permanent structure case going, and you kind of got parallel tracks. As I understand it from counsel to the board, you've already filed the permanent structure plans with the building department. They've been reviewed, they've been kicked out for whatever you need from this board, and you've already started the file with this board to hopefully get the permanent structure before us.
Yes, I filed here, and my understanding is that file is now under review at the board, so hopefully we'll hear something.
Oh, give me 1 second. I can't find the sign-in sheet. Is there anyone else here on this case? Okay, so I know in the past, thank you. I know in the past we've been giving you small amounts of time, but I think, to be fair, it's kind of a waste of everyone's time. Do you think it would be helpful if we, like, let's say we gave you 6 months to get, I know you got a lot of processes with site plan review, et cetera. Is there, Mr. Patrick, would it make sense to give him 6 months? I mean, I know there's going to be a lot more time involved in this process, but.
Absolutely. May 6th.
Does that work for you, Mr. Minerva?
Yes, it does.
No one else has signed in on the case. If you are here and you haven't signed in, you will not get further notice of the new date.
And that's at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minerva.
Any other adjournment? Any other?
I do not have any other applications for an adjournment this afternoon.
Our chairman is here.
We'll be calling case 60225, Baldwin Topo GGO Realty LLC, installed one detached double-face illuminated pylon sign setback 6 feet 4 inches from Merrick Road, clearance 5 feet 3 inches from grade to bottom of sign, remove existing sign, also known as 856 through 874 Merrick Road.
Good afternoon, Janice Whaley, WHELAN, 23 Green Street, Suite 205, Huntington, New York, appearing for the applicant, Topo GGO Realty. I just found out yesterday
Topo
that the
GGO.
company was named for an Italian cartoon mouse.
Used to appear on the Ed Sullivan Show.
Yes, I heard
Right,
that too.
Mr. Benesso?
And I remember that show, so I'm dating myself.
Mr. Vanessa, do you actually know that? Okay,
And the correct pronunciation is Topo Gigio.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Stand corrected.
Okay.
I represent Topagio, and we are owners of a shopping center located at 876-874 Merritt Road. Absolutely. We're seeking two very small area variances to improve the site with a new building identification sign that's going to really highlight the addresses and the tenancies at this use. We seek two variances. One, for a setback of 6.4 feet from Merrick Road, where a minimum of 20 feet is required. The reason for this variance is the width, and I hope that you have my site plan. You can see the width of the very aesthetically pleasing sign that we've created. Currently, we've got an 11-foot setback
Do you have it?
from a very unattractive pylon sign, but because we created
Does
a
that
sign
not
base that's
present?
pretty wide, it created the need for that setback from Merrick Road.
Oh.
The second variance we request is that the BZO requires a 7-foot clearance, and we provide only 5.3 feet for the new
Wait.
sign.
okay, hold on. So I'm looking at, the chairman just pointed out, I'm looking at the sign, what I believe is the old sign. It says ideal. It has one little, and, right? And then the proposed sign. And the primary issue I have, and I think other members of the board, is when you're pulling in and out, I care more about the 7-foot clearance and visibility, because I can't stand when I'm trying to pull out to somewhere and either, whether it's parked cars or signs are causing me not to see oncoming traffic or pedestrians than I do about the height, and I'm in the minority in that regard, but, so, you want to scoot, it's close enough already. Tell us why this would not be an obstruction to some people's visibility, seeing cars or pedestrians pulling in or out of this
Pulling in
place.
around.
I'm sensitive to your concern. As I get older, I'm more site sensitive to where I'm going. I think that the difference between 5.3 feet and 7 feet is almost imperceptible.
If it was the same pylon, but it's different.
It's different.
The pylon is completely unattractive, and it really doesn't advertise what's at the site. This is going to be much more descriptive. We believe it's going to increase traffic safety, building visibility, and avoid any stops on
I don't
Merrick
see
Road
that.
to see where people are going. You can see through a feature on the base of the sign, right above the base of the sign. We also propose lighting on a timer, and the business hours of the shopping center is 7:30 till 10 o'clock at night. So we would accept a condition that it only be lit in the dark hours up to closing. We have a timer for the backlit light, the backlighting on the sign, and our hours of operation are only 7:30 to 10 o'clock at night, so we would understand that it couldn't be lit after hours. You know, I would say if the board could give us till 10:30, because there's a laundromat and there might be. Right, right.
I mean, I don't think I'm alone in feeling like,
That's gotta obstruct.
yeah, like,
That's gotta look good.
the width of now you want two stanchions, or whatever you want to call them.
Correct.
So the one is really wide. I feel like if that was made the width of the other one, which is still prettier than the sign you don't like, which I don't disagree with, and can't you add 2 more feet? I mean, I know you come in here trying not to push the height, because that's sometimes very offensive to some people, and there may be people here who it's offensive to. I don't know. I would be in favor, and I'm only one of 7, of pushing the bottom of that sign up a foot or 2, so that it looks just like you want it to do, but you make that, for the stanchion closest to the road,
the pink
as narrow as
stanchion.
the other one, and you add another foot or two of space underneath, so that the person in the car can see.
I understand what you're saying. What I would like to do is, I know that there was a reason, maybe architecturally speaking or aesthetically speaking, why Valley Signs did what they did. I'd like to see if I could go back to my client, see if what the board's request is, it can be done, and I will communicate with Mr. Owens to see if maybe we could modify our site plan to create a conforming clearance.
So the chairman has suggested that maybe we adjourn it. Do you want to adjourn it? Do you
Or
want to call them and
short
adjourn
adjournment.
it to this afternoon, or?
I'm actually, if that's acceptable, I could go outside, make a call, and whenever the board can hear me again this afternoon, I'm sure I'll have an answer.
More acceptable than making the call in
That's a
here.
very short adjournment.
Or we could put it on, I'm going to be back for you on December 17th. I might have more information. Is that
Okay,
possible to
fine.
be?
Is that
Would
okay,
you prefer
Patrick?
that?
I would prefer that because I don't always have instant access to the client, so I think that I would rather take the, would I need to advertise again?
Seventeen. Why not? Why not?
Previous conditions in the grant, March 2nd, 2016, the northerly leading edge of the sign shall be set back not less than 10 feet from the northerly property line. Is that where it's positioned? It's hard to tell.
Well, because of the width of the base, I guess we're asking for a modification of that prior condition, going from 10 feet to 6.4 feet.
Yeah, but I would. Yeah, but if you look, if you.
No. Kick it up.
That's okay. December
Just
17th
get
at 2
rid of it.
p.m.
Very
and
good.
We'll characterize that as the revenge of Topo Gigio. Does that make sense?
Prior to that date, I will prepare any revisions and submit them to Mr. Owens.
Okay, thank you.
And,
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Whalen, counsel to the board is making a photocopy of the exhibit that we have, and she's going to go over, if you could wait a moment, go over with her a little bit, so that when you come back, you're fully prepared. I mean, not that you're not prepared. Whoever's paying her bill, she's prepared.
And
No,
just,
so we're on the same page.
You want to see the stanchions to be equal width, or sorry?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it'll be clear.
and just one more thing. You do not have to do further mailings, but we just ask that you update your sign that's at the property. Okay, so you can just patch the sign.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the wait.
Thank you. 12:17.
Next, we have case 60325 through 60825 near Island Park, 77 Vanderbilt LLC. Variances, lot area occupied, front yard setback on Vanderbilt Avenue and Broadway. Rear yard, construct second-story and two-story additions and elevate two attached single-family dwellings. Variances, lot area occupied. Rear yard, maintain one-story additions attached to two-family dwelling. Variance, front yard setback on Broadway, maintain addition to existing building, Moo Burger. Waive off-street parking and special exception for outdoor dining in conjunction with Moo Burger. Maintain 3-foot-high wall, a portion of which is within the clear sight triangle. Maintain 4-foot and 6-foot-high fences forward a dwelling on Vanderbilt Avenue and Broadway, which may obstruct line of sight, also known as 77 Vanderbilt Avenue.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members. Christian Brown, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City for the applicant.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, Gabby Trillinger, architect, 18 Mitchell Road, West Hampton Beach.
Make sure you speak as loud as you can, because it's rough to hear you.
So we're before you today on an application that's really, there's a lot on the notice, but it's really triggered essentially by the desire to build a two-story addition to an existing two-family home on this sort of irregular shaped piece of property outside of the village of Island Park, which is in the business zone. In the process of the application to construct the two-story addition, a number of other issues came up, mostly in the nature of maintaining structures and legalizing the current mix of uses on this property. That's been a mixed-use site going back many decades. It's been a two-family since the 1950s, and I believe since that same time, it's always had a commercial component on the corner of the property, which is right now Mooburger, which might be the tallest structure in Island Park, with it has a cow that goes up to the top there. So I don't know if it moves or if that would need an additional variance, but there is a cow on top of the Mooburger, and it is adjacent to this two-family house. So that's what brings us here. So I'll walk through the notice and see if we can go through each of the set of variances in an orderly manner. The first is for lot area occupied, which has two components. The lot area occupied request concerns both the addition to the Mooburger and the proposed addition to the additions, I should say, to the dwelling. The addition to the Mooburger is a maintain application. It is really, it's only technically an addition. It's a shed, a storage shed that accompanies the business. It's considered an addition because it's connected to the Mooburger building by a roof over. So in that sense, it's one structure. But the shed, which has been in existence for about 20 years, it is used exclusively for storage and refrigeration purposes for the supplies of the business. And as you can see, that shed is an irregular shaped shed. It's 9 feet high, and it runs back along the property along Broadway. So that is counted in the addition in lot coverage. And then we have the proposed additions to the dwelling, which for lot coverage purposes include proposed new stairs in the front to access each unit in the dwelling. Those are necessitated by the fact that as part of the renovation, the dwelling will be raised to come into FEMA compliance, but will not in any way violate the height ordinance. But you will need to go upstairs to get into the first floor of the living area.
Is that, Mr. Brown, is
Yes.
that shed, it's irregular, is that the one that's 218 square feet?
I can verify the square footage, but it is
Says-
the shed that is adjacent to the Mooburger along Broadway. If you note, it says existing to remain,
Yes.
and it's connected by the roof over.
And there's a notation, it's 218 square feet. That's
Yes.
the one. Okay. Thank you.
That's correct. And again, that shed has been there for about 20 years.
Hold on a second, Mr. Brown. Excuse me, people in the back. If you're going to have a conversation loud enough so we can hear it up here, could you please do that outside? Because we'd like to listen to the applicant and anybody else in this room who'd like to testify. All right? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. So, one component, the 218 square foot shed, and then we have for lot area purposes, we have the addition for the egress and ingress stairs in the front of the dwelling, again necessitated by the fact that it's being raised into FEMA compliance, which is a good thing, obviously. Then we have proposed rear stairs, which are proposed one for each unit. These would be just a landing and an open stairs to the backyard. It's really for the purposes of additional safety, a second means of egress from the second floor, as opposed to just an egress window. And those are, one set of stairs is proposed, obviously, for each dwelling unit.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
there's like a lot of going on, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Let me ask you, have you been inside the residential structure?
No, I have not been.
Do you know what's in there?
Hi, yes, they're one units each.
How
They're-
many levels are they? How many people live there, et cetera?
Right, so it's one-level structures, and we're proposing to add a second story to that. So currently, there's kitchen, bedroom, and living space. So what our proposal is to elevate that structure, add a story, so the first floor that's elevated will be living room, bedroom, dining room, and then the second proposed story will be the 3 bedrooms each. So each unit will have 3 bedrooms.
So what used to look like a single story is gonna look like a 3-story, partly not your fault, because I know the FEMA level's the first one. Right, so you have 1 story of living space in each unit.
Correct,
You're gonna end up, and it looks like 1 story.
correct.
Once you put the FEMA level, and you want another, that same first level of stories that you had, but you want another level for each.
Correct, it's not technically a story, it's less than 6 feet, so it's like 2.5 stories.
Okay, but you wanna have 2 levels of living space instead of 1.
Correct, yes, that's
And
correct.
how many bedrooms does each of the current units have?
2,
Okay, and how many bedrooms do you propose each of the new structures have?
3. We're adding a bedroom,
Are the current, well, probably add more than a bedroom because there's a whole level.
correct.
But are the units both occupied at this time?
They are, yes.
And like, if you don't mind me asking, is it 2 families or 2 couples or? I don't
One
need
family
names or
per-
anything, just
So it's one
number of
family per
people.
unit.
other families, families of 4, families of 6, families of 2, roughly.
I would say it's a family of 2.
Are they going to remain in the structures while the construction is going on?
Yeah, my client's here,
This is,
yeah. You wanna come with us? Yeah.
Well,
can
for
ask the
the
owner, but I
elevation
should
part
just,
of-
Here's-
I just know, so this has been a legal 2-family since 1954.
Understood.
And so the goal here, obviously, is to have a traditional upstairs, downstairs living space with bedrooms on the second
Got it.
floor. And in the process, bring it into FEMA compliance. It doesn't need a height variance, it doesn't need a stories variance. If you look at the building now, it almost looks like a commercial-style building. It's a 1-story,
Were
flat
they-
roof style building.
Were they legal 2 families with a legal business too?
Yes,
So, in concept, you're thinking the only thing that's really changing here is we're adding a bedroom to each of 2 units, but otherwise, we're not putting much more capacity on the land than which is there and legally there.
that's correct. Yes, we're proposing to add a second story which doesn't trigger any use issues. It triggers minor area issues to have 3 bedrooms in each unit upstairs. And we're legalizing, or proposing to legalize, the current operations of the Mooburger. That commercial site, building has been used commercially for decades. It just, when it was converted to the Mooburger about a decade ago, it did not come before this board because they have picnic tables outside, so there's technically outdoor dining. That use never came here. But nothing is changing about what's been going on there for the last decade.
But wait, what I was asking you was, you said it's a legal 2-family.
Correct.
But what I asked you earlier is it a legal 2-family? For example, if we denied the Mooburger, just for example,
Right.
would the Mooburger still be legal there, let's say if we denied it?
Yes.
And the and if we did not,
Well, you would deny, say, like, waive off-street parking, so the Mooburger would have a problem.
but my thing is, like, it's already legal on that property to have a 2-family dwelling and a Mooburger.
That's right.
That's what I need.
That's right. And, it's very confusing. I was confused for a while. That's why I tried to go systematically through the denials, because there is a lot going on. But in the end, Mrs. D'Amato, what you're saying is correct. It's a legal two-family, it's been a legal two-family. This idea is to allow people to have bedrooms upstairs and living space downstairs and bring it into FEMA compliance because of the nature of the dwelling, which is really like a box, like you would see more in like a commercial building. It doesn't trigger any stories or height issue. And the benefit, of course, is that now it is compliant with the flood regulations, which, of course, is a good thing. That's the whole goal of this application, is really to renovate and upgrade this house to be more conducive to the tenants, better for the neighborhood, and get it out of the floodplain. Okay. So I just wanted to, because I know we want to be precise on the record, for the lot area occupied is the Mooburger shed. It is the addition of the stairs in the front. It's the addition of the stairs in the back. And there is a small section on the easterly side of the two-family dwelling, which is like a triangle you'll see, which is actually a two-story addition. There's a part of the house that's not squared off or triangled off in this case. So that, because that would be on the ground, there'd be a one-story portion, that small portion does count towards the increase in lot coverage. The bottom line is we're going from a total of 35% coverage to 40% coverage. That's our proposal. A 5% increase, that's about an additional 400 square feet of coverage on this lot. We have 35 now. We're proposing to go to 40, and this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. First, this whole site is treated as Residence C for these purposes. That's a good. Well, I guess I would say it's the 35 is permitted, because these additions are what are beyond what was in existence the last time that, you know, this application came anywhere in the town. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the shed is additional lot coverage. The Mooburger is permitted, existing. 35. Well, it's Residence C / business. It would be 35%. Correct. Correct. So that takes care of our lot coverage. Then, unfortunately, yes, I'll try to be brief. Then there's the legalization of the front yard setback on Broadway for the shed, which needs a front yard variance. It is on the corner. The shed comes to, at its closest point, is 4.4 feet, where technically 25 feet is required. Again, this is a condition that has existed for about 20 years. It's fully fenced in. It's in a business zone along Broadway, so we're requesting relief for that setback. Then we come to the Mooburger itself. As I mentioned, this building has been used for various commercial purposes for decades, including as a deli. About a decade ago, it was converted to this Mooburger, which is principally a takeout restaurant. There are 4 stools inside the Mooburger, so obviously that's less than 12, so it would be considered takeout for the town's purposes. However, in the good weather, there are picnic table, outdoor seating, where you can sit down and have your hamburger, and therefore, because we have some outdoor seating, that requires a special exception from this board, and because the use was converted, it was there was never a parking calculation done, and therefore it requires a waiver of off-street parking. The total parking required is 16 spaces. The parking calculations I can give you in detail, but the total is 16 spaces, and there are no spaces, never have been for this use. Again, this is a use that's been in existence for a decade. It's pretty much a takeout use. People pull up along Broadway or Austin Boulevard. They get their food and they leave. That's the way that it operates. It is a legal commercial use. but it does need these technical forms of relief in order to operate under its current configuration, most of which are triggered by the fact that there are a few tables outdoors, which obviously are only used in the good weather. As you know, it's on the way to the beach. It makes a nice place to stop before you go over the bridge and get something to eat. Sure. Good. Are there any other questions on that? What I covered, do you want me to continue on with the rest of the variances?
That'd be a good idea.
Okay, good. All right, so the next is the fences and the masonry wall. There's some photographs in your packet. There is a brick masonry wall that's been erected around the perimeter of the premises where it curves around at the end of the sort of that peninsula of Broadway and Vanderbilt Avenue. Principally, the wall is It's 2 feet high, I believe, except there are pillars that go up another foot. That's where the 3-foot notation comes from. It's only before you because it is in the clear sight triangle, but it's, I mean, I can see it yourself. It's a 2-foot wall with 3-foot pillars. Vanderbilt Avenue is one way going northeast. So the traffic, it's not as if traffic is coming from Vanderbilt Avenue onto Broadway and Austin Boulevard, which I think would be more dangerous. Here, there's no obstruction whatsoever to go down the one-way street. It's a low wall, it's attractive, and I don't think it poses any kind of a safety hazard. Behind that wall, there is a 6-foot PVC fence that runs from the Mooburger building out towards the street and then ends at the beginning of the wall. The purpose of this fence is essentially to divide the commercial section of the property from the residential section. The little lawn area that the house uses on Vanderbilt Avenue is behind that fence. It's the same issue, that it is deemed to be in the clear sight triangle. However, again, this is because Vanderbilt is one way going what I'll call the other direction. The fence doesn't obstruct anybody's line of sight. It could be said to obstruct a line of sight if cars could go the other way and maybe you couldn't see clear across to Austin Boulevard, but no traffic is coming south, so the fence has no effect on any kind of safety issue, and it is desirable, again, because it separates the business from the residential side of the property.
Mr. Brown, when
Yes.
you mentioned the parking,
Yeah,
you were doing the
Yeah, yeah.
I know it's a mixed-use
yeah, yeah,
area.
right,
You have a full parking waiver for the Mooburger.
correct.
On the plans, I see there's some driveways for the, did you separate in concept or in your presentation? There's still driveways, I see one driveway for the residential use. How many spots are there for the residential people?
There are 2 driveways, one for each unit. They're both existing, correct? Yeah, they're both existing driveways. They're shown on your plan.
Yeah, I found the other one.
So they are about 15 feet in length or so. They fit 2 cars, correct?
And do they each have, is the proposed structure, each have a garage for both houses?
No, there's no garage. There's no garage there now, and none is proposed. It's not going up that high.
What's the BFE?
I'm sorry, BFE is AE9, so we have to be at 11. So we're setting the finished floor exactly at 11. So
So
from,
why wouldn't you use part of that FEMA space for a garage?
Because you only have to go up, to legalize it, you only have to go up 2 or 3 feet here.
that's correct, or,
Oh, what's grade?
I'm sorry?
What's
crown?
grade?
What's crown and what's grade?
Oh,
In other
so,
words, when you're saying 11, I'm thinking make some garages.
No, because you're high up, the
yeah,
grade
so,
is high.
so we took the height to comply with the height, so we didn't need a variance. So we just set it at the finished floor where it needs to be.
Right.
If we went and put a story under there, it would do a couple of things. One, it would trigger a sprinkler system, which would be a hardship financially, and then we wouldn't want to trigger that height variance.
Right. Mr. Brown, what's
Yeah.
the crown?
Or
Or the grade, either one?
well, let me check here.
Because, you know, before they raised the streets in Island
Yeah.
Park, it used to flood. I got that on pretty good,
Yeah, it's approximately like 8.7, the
oh,
crown.
so that's why you can't put a garage.
Right, right, you only have to go up, if you look at the plan, it's like 3 feet or 4 feet, so. So in any
Okay, so
event,
no
no, each unit will continue to have 2 driveways, just as it does today. The parking calculation is 3 spaces are required by the square footage of the building itself, and an additional 13 spaces are required by the existing seating configuration, which is called out on the plans of, you know, it's a total of 38 outdoor seats at, 5 or 6 picnic tables. And of course, we would agree, that would be the approval, and we would agree to limit it to that number of seats.
Mr. Brown, I know
Yes.
that you were on this board during Mr. Levine's tenure,
Yes, that's right.
and I'm so surprised you're coming with two 6/6s, as he called them. But what's the, I have a PVC shed on a wood deck on T1 of one set of plans, but I don't see it.
It's because it's being removed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but all of the residential, the sheds that belong to the residential home are being removed.
That's correct.
Right. All sheds, except for the shed that belongs to the Mooburger, are gone, or will be gone as part of this project.
All right, so I'm looking at, what's the plans on, the official plans I'm looking at, exhibit 3, don't say that I can see to be removed, so I just want to get that corrected real quick. What is the date of the most recent plan, so I make sure I'm looking at? I'm looking at revised September 18th, 24, is that the right one?
Well, the proposed site plan does not show those sheds, and there were a lot of plans submitted here. The version with the parking, which is dated September 18th, 2024, it does note on the side residential sheds as to be removed. It's not next to each shed, but there's a note on the plan.
Oh, right here.
That's September 18th, 2024. That's the outdoor dining plan.
Katura.
Sure, of course. Sure. So the residential sheds will both be removed.
Let me see on that, what that's on. No, hold on.
And that, I think that brings us to just the last point, which is another fence. There is a 6-foot PVC fence on the northeasterly end of the property that is just beyond the second driveway. It runs out to the street. That's about 15 feet, and that is also called out as as you know, you're not allowed to have 6 feet in front of the dwelling. That's why it's called out before you. This fence has been in place for, can you estimate?
At least 15, 20 years.
About 15 to 20 years. It's a privacy fence, basically, to give a little more seclusion to the dwelling. There's been no issues with it. Nobody's complained about it. There hasn't been any safety issues reported. It's not set hard against the driveway. It's about 4 feet off the driveway. We would like to keep it, but I know the board is sensitive to these things, and if the board felt that it was unwise to keep it, we would agree to remove it. That, I believe, covers all of the requests for relief that are before you on the application.
We have one letter in opposition. If you could please show it to Mr. Brown, maybe you'd care to comment.
Just to note, this is the type of comments the board commonly receives, people concerned about additional intensification in our busy communities. But as you've heard, this application doesn't propose any intensification. It's just seeking to reconfigure the existing two-family, not add any more families. It's not seeking to add any more uses to the commercial aspect, just maintain what's been there for about a decade. So, and all of these uses are legal. Only thing before you is area variances.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Does that conclude?
That concludes my presentation, subject to
Okay.
your comments or questions.
Go ahead.
Mr. Brown.
Hello.
The two-family house.
Yeah.
So if you're going to have 3 bedrooms, 6 over 6, I assume, there's only 2 parking spaces off-street. You're going to, at minimum, if there's one family in each, they each have 2 cars, and if there's 3 bedrooms, where are all the cars going?
So it's 3 bedrooms in each unit.
Right.
That's replacing a situation where there's now 2 bedrooms in each unit. So there would be an additional bedroom upstairs So the conditions really aren't changing that much, not designed to have, you know, much bigger families or anything like that. They'll continue to park in the driveway and on the street as they have. These are the same tenants will return, correct? One tenant is returning, and is the other unit vacant, or do you? You don't know. Okay, and can you just describe for the board, you had put your name and address on the record. If you would.
Pauline, sir. Oh, I'm so sorry. Pauline Ceramis, 15 Boulevard Street, Lido Beach. Pardon me?
Speak a little
Oh,
louder.
So
sorry.
can you just you have owned this property for about 20 years, is that? Oh, 40 years.
41 years.
Oh, well, okay. Well,
Okay.
double that amount.
One of
then.
them
That was
20.
close. And can you just describe for the board the typical tenant mix over the course of the years?
We've had on the 77 side, the same tenant has been there for 17 years, and she wants to come back, and we would like her to come back as well.
And is that a single person?
She and her daughter live there.
Okay.
And they actually don't have a car, so that's not an issue. And the gentleman who lives on the other side has been there for about 7 years, and prior to him being there, we had somebody, I think, as well for 10 years. Our tenants are usually long-term. We would like for the second tenant to come back, but I don't believe he wants to climb upstairs, so,
To get into the house?
to get into the house, right.
And you, is he a single person? or-
He's a single person, yes. And we do have off-street parking. There's parking on both sides of Vanderbilt,
Plus the drive?
on street.
You said you have 2 spots.
Yeah, each unit has a driveway that can fit 2 cars. Is that- yeah. So, I mean, that's, we're looking to continue the same use. Yes, it will have an additional bedroom. It'd be more traditional configuration. But like most houses, there's, space to park 2 cars off the street, and there is parking allowed along Vanderbilt Avenue.
Well, where do they park when they're stopping at the Moo Burger?
Well, they don't need to park. That's why we have a waiver of off-street. Oh, you mean the customers, not the people who live here?
No, the
They
people-
walk around the
The
corner.
customers, the people that work there?
They typically park around the neighborhood on Broadway and Austin Boulevard. That's how the business is functioned. We can give you some specifics about that if you'd like. The operator is here.
I see it says 1 hour parking in front of it.
Yeah, but this is
Takeout.
largely a pickup business. There is some seating, as we just discussed, but I believe that the testimony would be that the majority of this is people coming in to pick up their food and drive away. So it's short-term parking.
Do they use apps too? My question was just that you were mentioning it's mostly pickup.
Right.
And I was just asking, because a lot of businesses come before us today, in addition to, like, I call Moo Burger and go, I want a burger, they have other apps that, same thing, quick in and out. So I was asking,
Wait,
do they use apps too?
yeah, swear 'em in. Can't testify unless you're sworn in, friend.
Have you given your name and address for the record?
Shane Kavanaugh, 195 Ivy Street, Oyster Bay, New York. I'm the owner of Moo Burger for over nearly 5 years.
Yeah, I was only asking because of the idea of the pickup business.
Yeah.
I assume they use the apps also, which is,
So can you just briefly give the board a sense of how the business functions with
Sure.
pickups and so forth?
Quick serve restaurant burgers, fries, milkshakes, delicious. Yeah,
That's a
we
plug.
have people typically call and order their food, swing by, kids in the car, run in, pay, and go. Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Grubhub is a significant part of our business, so you can imagine how that operates with the drivers. People in the summertime, they will sit outside. Obviously, it's too cold now. Parking has never been an issue, never heard a complaint from anyone about it. The Broadway side of the building, there's the 1 hour parking, and there's a stretch there that never has any issues, never really issues with double parking, never been an accident or anything like that. It's quick serve, we don't serve alcohol. We want people to eat their food and go, no lingering, so we can just turn over and keep people coming and going.
Okay.
you own the business and, I apologize. You own the business. Do you also own do you just lease the space, or do you own the residential structures too?
No, I'm a tenant. I lease the space from
That's
the
why I assume,
apartment.
okay.
Correct.
And there was an operator doing the same business
I
about
am-
5 years prior.
That has been a use of some kind of business for over decades, a couple decades. I'm the third owner of Moo Burger. I've had it for nearly 5 years. Before that, there was like a ribeye cheesesteak place there. There was a ice cream store there. I mean, people walk in all the time and tell me history about the building that's well beyond my time.
Okay. That concludes
That
your
concludes
your
our case.
presentation. Any other questions from the board? Think of something.
That being the case, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Brown, you and your clients, everyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Have a nice day, folks.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next, we have cases 60925 West Hempstead, Prit M. Harabins Singh, variances subdivision of lot, side yards aggregate, maintained dwelling on lesser lot, demolish existing garage, plot A, rehearing of case 66423, also known as 603 Maple Street. Additionally, we have case 61025 West Hempstead, Prit M. and Harabins Singh, variances subdivision of lot, front width from and on street line, part of the distance to the front setback line, construct dwelling with garage, plot B, rehearing of case number 66523, north side Maple Street, 200 feet east of Kent Place. Mr. Brown, I have you sworn in for earlier, just again, your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Again, it's Christian Brown, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City, for the applicant. I hope I can keep this brief. This case was already approved by the board last year. It was a subdivision to maintain one house and construct one additional house. Case was approved. The client went to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission approved the subdivision in the spring of last year. Deeds were subsequently recorded in May of 2024. New lot numbers were assigned. He continued to go through the permitting process, and there was a paperwork snafu. The covenants and restrictions that this board requires didn't make it to the office in time, so by the time that he was ready to pick up the permit, they held the permit and said, we can't give it to you because the covenants weren't submitted and filed, and the time had run out and so forth. So we need to reinstate it so we can file the covenants, and then he can pick up his building permit to build the house. That's all this
That's
is.
your case.
That's my case,
Yeah.
yes.
Any other questions?
Everything remains the same as it was in 2023?
Yes, everything is exactly the same.
Okay. And you want the minutes of 2023 consolidated?
I do, yes. And I note again
We'll do
that
that.
these lots are already separated, he just needs the building permit for the house.
And did the board impose conditions in that grant?
That's what needs to be recorded.
But they did impose.
They did impose conditions, though they have been submitted to the office, and they will be recorded if the board reinstates the grant.
And your client still agrees to those?
He agrees to all those
Have
conditions.
a nice day.
Thank you very much.
We have two people who signed in as interested. Would you like to say anything, folks? Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna get,
Go up to the podium, sir. Oh. Okay. Okay.
John Cumberland, 500 Greg Court, West Hempstead.
So you understand that, just for the record, you understand that this case was heard before and it was granted, and the only reason that this gentleman is here today is because they were not able to pick up their permits in time.
Okay, because I never got anything in the mail about what's going on. I don't even know what's going up. I thought that.
How was it that you were, if you didn't get anything in the mail, how did you know to come today?
Because I got that in the mail.
Oh.
To come here today.
Oh, okay.
do you now know Do you understand why he's here?
I have no idea.
No, but I just explained that to you. This case was heard before, and the only reason he had to come back was because the applicant did not pick up their permits in time. So as a technicality, he has to come back before the board, but the case was granted.
Understood, but again, I never got anything from the first time when it got approved, is what I'm saying.
How
Mr.
long
Brown,
have you lived there?
30 years.
Mr. Brown, could you step out
I
with
can,
this
I can
gentleman
explain
and
it.
explain
It's
it to
the
him?
construction of one house on an 18,000 square foot lot. I'll explain that to him.
Okay.
Okay, so you want me to make a motion, Mr. Chairman?
I would appreciate it.
I move that we adjourn this case temporarily while you guys step out, discuss it.
No
and
problem.
We'll come back
Let us
in.
know when you come.
You got it.
Thanks.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's the second one-hour adjournment that we, the second 30-minute adjournment,
Next, we have case
20 minutes.
42825 Point Lookout, Stephanie Keller, variance lot area occupied, side yard, rear yard, construct dwelling, also known as 97 Hewlett Ave.
Looks like. Lot area occupied, side yard, rear.
Thomas McKevitt, Son Ward, Brafkosh, yeah, it's
It
McKevitt,
is
not
today.
McDevitt, as I was called twice last week. I get all different names in this place. McKev as in Victor, ITT, Son Ward, Brafkosh, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, 11553.
Hi, Stephanie Keller, 97 Hewlett Avenue in Point Lookout.
Michelle Cozzolino, 312 Ellington Avenue East, Garden City, New York, 11530.
Present the case.
Mr. McKevitt is presenting the case. I'm just the helper.
Is it McKivitt?
The helper. I thought it was Macavit last week.
McKivitt, M-A-C-K, yeah.
No, it's Macavit.
Macavit last week.
You just turned me into Scottish.
What's wrong with that?
I only know Irish, that's all I know, I'm sorry. Maybe Scottish is better. I could try it out. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the applicant, this concerns subject premises at 97 Hewlett Avenue, Point Lookout, located on the west side of Hewlett Avenue, 95 feet north of Beach Street, also known as Section 61, Block 27, lots 35 and 36 on the land tax map of Nassau County. Property is located in the residential B zone of the town of Hempstead. The premises is 70 feet wide by 60 feet deep and totals 4,200 square feet. The lot is currently occupied by a two-story single-family dwelling, originally constructed in 1913. The current dwelling has a lot coverage of 20.9%, a front yard setback of 5.7 feet, a side yard of 3.4 feet to the south, and a rear yard of 9.5 feet. Case 428 is for variances for a lot of area occupied, front yard setback, side yard, and rear yard to demolish the existing dwelling and construct a new FEMA three-story dwelling. Then just a little bit of background. This has actually been on a couple of times before the board. It was originally on August. At that time, one of the nearby neighbors, retained counsel, Mr. Brown, who's here today, will do his presentation in a few moments after I'm completed. I'll have to say, Mr. Brown and I have had an excellent relationship. He's been an absolute gentleman. We've actually been very cordial. Again, it's one of the rare times I say this in this place because it's usually very contentious. But again, we've had very cordial and professional conversations regarding this application. Mr. Brown had indicated some concerns of his client to the way we constructed the premises. The original application had a rear yard setback of just 5 feet. And what happened was Ms. Cozzolino was originally presenting the case. She decided to bring me in to take a look at it. And I just thought that 5 feet was just too close to the property line, and frankly, I didn't think this board would approve 5 feet. So I sat with my client, Ms. Keller is here with us today. She spent some time, we revamped the plans. We've actually adjourned this for a couple of months now because we had to go with the board's requirement that there be 30 days in the plan to send back to the building department. So we revised it, and we made that change because I think Mr. Brown made a very legitimate argument that would impede on his client, and we did accommodate in that regard. Mr. Brown, I think, will have a couple other requests, which we were not able to agree to. One was his issue with the size of the house, and we can go on more complexities. Again, Ms. Cozzolino can tell you about the design of the house is one issue. I think one other issue they also had is that when you look at the house currently, and again, if you want to just look at the photographs on photograph 1, the subject premises, essentially it's one of those double lots in Point Lookout. You know, essentially two 2,100 square foot lots. The house is situated on the south side. And what we're going to be doing is we're actually going to be moving the house almost all the way to the north side. And the reason for that is what you see in photograph number 3. Photograph number 3 is actually part of 94 Glenwood Avenue, which is on the street in the back. They actually have would be considered essentially a flag lot. So they have the main dwelling on Glenwood, and then they have this lot off to the side. So right now, it's a vacant parcel. And when we were looking at constructing a larger house to be a higher house, the house which is located at 99 Hewlett, immediately to the south, and that would be Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters is actually here this afternoon. And one thing we were concerned about is that if we were to keep the house in the same location, it's impeding on Mr. Peters. So we really felt the design that we had is putting the house really on the north side of the lot, but then there is essentially the vacant lot to the north, and then has as much vacant to the south for the yard area for children playing and things like that. So we really feel from the design of the house, it's best to put it here because now you have open space on both sides, rather than just keep the house where it is currently and building a larger house and crowding Mr. Peters. Again, Mr. Peters has been there for many years, and we just felt from a design perspective, this was fair to everybody. And again, you know, Mr. Zuckerman will have his opposition to it, we understand. But if we were to go and listen to one of the proposals that maybe Mr. Zuckerman had, instead of me having one objector, I have 2 objectors. And again, we're trying to go make this as fair as possible for the community.
Who does Mr. Brown represent? Mr. Brown, who do you represent? Who is your client?
Yes, Richard Zuckerman and the trust that owns the property.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Right.
Adjoining owner at 94 Glenwood Avenue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You'll have to be sworn when you testify.
Right. Right, and they're the property immediately to the rear, and certainly, you know, with that small rear yard setback, it would have been an inconvenience to them, and we listened to it, and we made the accommodation for it. Again, Mr. Brown and I have had an excellent relationship during this thing. Again, I accommodated best we could. Obviously, my client wants to build a house a certain way, and, you know, that's why we're here today. When you look at the proposal that we're going to be looking at, and in order to make that work originally, we had like a 10-foot front yard setback. In order to make this work, we had to move the house up 5 feet. So we changed the rear yard setback from 5 feet to 10 feet, and we now move on to we actually triggered a front yard variance, which we had to pay the fees for and do the advertisement. But again, it was more correct because the requirement is 5.5 feet, and we're 5 feet. So it's only another 6 inches beyond that instance. So again, we really felt that it was worth doing it because really the variance in the front yard is de minimis, and it's really in line with all those properties up there in order to give that space in the rear. So that's why we moved the house the way we did. The lot coverage will be 49.18 feet, 49.18%. The proposed height is 30 feet above DFE, so there's no height variance to be requested before this board. You know, as far as the rear yard setback is concerned, again, it was originally a 5-yard rear yard setback. We moved it over to 10. And again, what I gave up to the board is not only did I give you my indication, the packet of photographs, which were taken by myself personally in late September. They are fair and accurate representations of what I saw at that time. And actually, I drove by again yesterday, and everything still looks the same. There's been no construction in that instance. But if you also notice, I also added up 2 other exhibits to the board. One is saying the following are the lot coverages in the area, and the other is decisions of high lot coverage. And again, looking at tradition of mine, instead of me verbally issuing this in record and confusing you with lots of jumbles of numbers, what I've done is I've actually given some charts, and behind the backup materials, which maintenances includes the site plans, the approved site plans, the decisions from the board, but just to indicate, the type of relief we're asking in this instance. But as far as rear yard setback is concerned, if you look at 39 Beach, which is in photo number 10 of the photos I've handed up to you, that actually has a lot coverage of 60.7% and a rear yard of 9.6 feet to the house and 0 feet to the deck. And that was approved by the board on March 25th, 2009, in case number 333 of 09. If you look at 98 Glenwood, which is, again, I think one house south of Mr. Zuckerman, that is photo number 12, in photo 12. That has a rear yard setback of 2 feet 6 inches, approved by this board on case 59 of 1999 in January 13th of 1999. And that includes also variance of side yard, but there's a garage conversion in that regard, which then triggers the rear yard setback. And then also, if you look at 90 Glenwood, a little bit to the north, that has a rear yard setback of 11.73 feet. And that did not go, and that's photo 14, by the way. 39 Beach is photo 10. 98 Glenwood is photo 12. Yeah. 90 is photo 14. 11.73. Yes. To go and show the small rear yard setbacks in the area, to show that is not out of the area character to have small setbacks, even again smaller than what we are proposing here today. Lot coverage. And I understand when you look at the number, it is a high number of lot coverage, but that's why I again gave the additional exhibit of indicating all the lot coverages in the immediate area, up and down, good, bad, and different. And if you notice, just for examples, again, when you look at 39 Beach in photo 10, that's 60.7%. 37 Beach. I know I'm too fast. Yeah. Just give me a nasty look. They always do. Photo number 10 is 39 Beach, and that has a lot coverage of 60.7%. Photo number 11 is 37 Beach. That's 48.4%. Photo number 12, indicating before, that is a 98 Glenwood. If you go back to photo 13, 94 Glenwood is 29.8%, and 29.8% at photo 13. Yeah. Yes, because remember, it's actually a 3-lot. It's actually a 3-lot. So it has the 2 lots on Glenwood and the 1 on Hewlett. If you took away the flag lot in Hewlett, their lot coverage is 44%. So it would be everything like that, but it's a unique 3-lot flag lot. That's why it is unusual for the area. Again, 90 Glenwood at photo 14 is 25.4%. Again, a much larger lot. 84 Glenwood is 40%, approved in case number 179 of 1993 on March 3rd, 1993. And then let's go to Hewlett, which is on the subject premises. 99 Hewlett is 51.09%, photo number 5. Photo number 9 is 98 Hewlett, which is 46.7%, approved in case 929 of 1987. And also on photo 8 is 96 Hewlett, 48%. Photo 7, 92 Hewlett, 54%. 90 Hewlett, 51.9%. And these are just a little bit further north in that regard, so I didn't get photos of everything. Even though it's a digital camera, I should have it. 92 is 54%. 90 Hewlett is 51.9%. 89 Hewlett is 25.48%. And that's actually a new rebuild of the house. And interesting enough, that currently is an 18.8-foot rear yard setback. Previously is 1.8. But again, it was demolished and a new house was put on that point. And 43 Beach, which I did not put on your packets, because unfortunately I just realized it this morning, that's 59%. Of the 13 properties within the 100-foot radius around this property, 8 of the 13 have lot coverages either very similar or greater than what we're seeking to bring here today. So again, my purpose of this demonstration to show you that, again, Point Lookout is different because of the size of the lots, that within the area character, we are not deviating from the area character as far as it's concerned. I do also have an additional list of properties, which I did indicate up to the board, and they're also an additional type of properties, not in the immediate vicinity, but close to Point Lookout, with, again, similar or higher lot coverages. But I will pay attention to the two at the bottom, which are also on Hewlett Avenue. 67 Hewlett Avenue, which is a little bit south of us, was granted a 62% lot coverage on June 16, 2010, in case 5ON of 2010. And 137 Hewlett Avenue is a 58% lot coverage, just a little bit to the north, and that was done on May 9, 2006, in case 1321 of 06. So again, what I tried to just do in my presentation here is indicate that, when you look at the factors as consideration, obviously the benefit to the applicant, to detriment of surrounding properties. Again, Mr. Zuckerman will make his presentation, I respect his views, I disagree with them as what they're going to do, but again, we're doing a benefit to my client who wants to build a nice house for her and her family. We're actually improving it for Mr. Peters by giving him some more air and space, so it's really in consideration him that we design a certain way. So when you look at it and look at the undesirable changes in the community, there is no undesirable change. This is the area character Point Lookout with these types of setbacks and these type of lot coverages. Again, arguably substantial, by arguing Point Lookout, they're not considered substantial. It will not have any impact on the physical or environmental conditions of the neighborhood. We can only obtain this by a variance. And again, it may be self-created, but again, almost every lot in Point Lookout requires a creation. Point Lookout is a great thing for a zoning attorney, because if you even want to put a shed there, you have to hire me to bring the case.
It's an annuity.
So I love it. We made a case there. So anyway, Michelle Cosolino is
How
here.
does Mr. Abertine feel about it?
He lives there now. That's right.
Ready to retire.
Michelle Cosolino is here to go and answer any questions regarding the design of the house. But the good thing about Ms. Cosolino is she's leaving the jurisdiction soon, and we're not kidding. Yes. She's actually moving, so this is probably one of the last time, if not the last time, you see her here today.
Where are you going?
North Carolina.
Oh,
Where else?
congratulations.
Maybe one more time, but
Mr. McKevitt?
Yes.
Or Mr. Nakovit?
Yeah.
Or whatever you call yourself
We're-
next
yes.
week. Did you go over the side yard requirements and I missed it?
I was on my paper, and I'm sorry, I did miss it at that point. So you are correct. It was on my paper. I just skipped over at that point. The side yard that we do propose at this point is required to be on the south side. We're actually having 17.5 feet because, again, we're moving the house north away from Mr. Peters. On the north side, 5.83 feet is required in the side yard. The north side is going to be 5 feet away, and it will be 3 feet from a garbage enclosure. But again, we take the perspective that essentially there's an open flag out right there. So again, even though Zuckermans own the property, their house and dwelling is off to the west, not where we have. So eventually we have that 35 feet of empty space between that and the newest near house, which will be up, I think, over at 99 on Hewlett Avenue. So, and that is my case.
That's your case. At
That is my case. I know
95
Mr. Brown has a case.
95 miles an hour.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, you have
any-
Starbucks coming after this. There's a long line for Starbucks. They're already here. So I wanted to spend plenty of time with that this afternoon.
Any,
Was that a pun intended with the
Yes.
long line?
Yes.
any questions of the, Mr. McKevitt at this point? No, sir. Any questions for Ms. Cosolino? Soon to be Ms. Cosolino.
thanks, Chairman.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the hearing
Actually,
be...
hold
No,
it.
no, no.
We have
We
objectors.
have people in
Sorry.
opposition. You can't deprive the opposition. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I'll speak from here. I assume you can all hear me, and this way I don't have to have the applicant and the persons working with them move at all. Pardon me?
Swear.
Yes, of course. Probably all three of us. Yes. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Kenneth Allen Brown of the law firm of Kenneth Allen Brown, PLLC, 2115 Hempstead Turnpike, first floor, East Meadow, New York, 11554. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property located at, and let me just get the address right. '94 Glenwood Avenue, Point Lookout, known on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map is Section 61, Block 927, lots 27, 28, and 37. I have a couple of exhibits I'd like to pass up for the board to review as part of my presentation. Just give me a moment to have the sets brought up to you. So there's three. Mark them separately, and you can mark them in the order that we basically...
Where's the sign-in sheet?
Let's try that. Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, I didn't hear who you're representing. I apologize.
That's all right. My client, Richard Zuckerman, and there's a trust that owns the property. His son is the trustee of the trust. They both have hired me to do the opposition today.
And
in
that
fact,
and
one
that
of my
covered.
exhibits is from Neil Zuckerman, and it's being handed in opposition to the application.
Okay.
And that covers lots 27, 37, and 28?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. So as Mr. McKevitt properly said, I've been in discussions with him and Ms. Cozzolino, and to be frank, they've been very accommodating. They allowed an adjournment. They took our concerns seriously. They went back to the drawing board, and they reduced the rear yard setback that they were seeking, where required 15 feet is required. Instead of needing 10 feet, they moved it so that they only need a 5-foot variance on that side. And that is something, and I appreciate it. Nevertheless, when you look at all the variances that are required here and the cumulative impact of what's being proposed, I think that you'll see that this is not just an over-intensification, but an unnecessary over-intensification for a lot that essentially has plenty of room for a single-family house. The old house that was there that they're demolishing, they're not moving it, they're demolishing it. And they're creating a brand-new house on a lot where they can basically comply with the code. They can fully comply and get exactly what they want, which is a new house, FEMA compliant, on the property, with all the nuances of FEMA making this house taller than it really should be. And so at this point, the asking of the variances just seems like a bit much. Why do they need all of these variances, especially the lot coverage variance? Looking at these photographs, and we can go over the record a bit more if we need to, but it looks like many of these houses are existing houses, that they were built way in the past. They're of a different style of what's being built today. Some of these variants that we've been hearing about are decades old, and at this point, to build a brand new house that meets this pattern of development, which is not ideal. This is not an ideal pattern that there's so great lot coverage when the code only requires 30%. And so to match what's there, when it's really not needed for the applicant wants a benefit. I get that. The applicant wants to take a small house that doesn't comply with today's standards, demolish it, and build a much nicer house that has a garage space, it has 2 floors above the FEMA level, and they even want to have a roof deck. Before I forget about the roof deck, because they're not seeking a variance about this, the roof deck extends the entire surface of the top of the structure. If you look at my aerial that was taken from Google Maps, it shows that my client's property is the one marked with an X. It's a black and white photograph. And around there, as best as I can see, there's only one roof deck close to my client, and the next nearest one is way north up on Glenwood Avenue. Why do they need a rooftop observatory peering over my client's property on the entirety of their property, even if they want to have a roof deck as a condition of whatever variances this board is willing to grant? I would ask that the roof observatory be cut down and that additional factors be added in as conditions of any approval that you give to provide some privacy and protection for my client's property. In this 10-foot wide area, which I believe should be 15, the rear foot, I know you have a question, Ms. D'Amato. I will stop to take your question.
No, go ahead, keep going.
Okay, so now there's a 10-foot wide rear yard setback that they're now providing, but I didn't see any proposed landscaping in that area. I didn't see any kind of fencing put in that area. There are windows in that back rear elevation that I'm really wondering what purpose they serve when they're just looking over my client's property. And so I would ask that you add some conditions, if you're going to grant any variances, and you're empowered to do this under the law, reasonable conditions, to basically preserve my client's privacy and the value of his property. He's a longtime resident of this community. His house is valuable. He doesn't really have a flag lot. He has a lot that he uses so that he doesn't burden the parking in the area. His guests coming in and out of that. I've been to the property. It's not like a flag lot that starts on some public roadway and goes 100 feet and you can get to the house. It's right there. And so this side yard variance that they want, which is to take the 5.83, that's the minimum, and cut it down to 5 with a garbage container 3 feet away from the property line. Why? Move it a little bit closer to the neighbor to the south. I mean, I understand that they want to be nice to the neighbor to the south. That's great. But it seems like they're mostly putting all of the burden on my client's property by moving it essentially as far north as they can and into the corner and as big as they can. I just want to talk about one other thing. The proposed rear yard setback as a percentage is a 33% variance, which seems like a large number when it comes to variances. The proposed building lot coverage, the variance percentage is a 63.99% variance. The proposed side yard variance is a 14.24% variance, and the proposed side yard variance to the garbage enclosure is a 48.854% variance. So based upon the law, how it works, look at the size of the variances. And all these percentages are fairly large numbers for variances. When they could build a property that would meet the applicant's desires, the benefit that the applicant wants by complying with the code. What is the hardship? Why can't they just build a house that fits into what the requirements are? I don't see it. I understand that building bigger in Point Lookout is probably very desirable, but they can't even see the beach really from this house, even with the rooftop observatory. They're blocks away. Just one other thing. I mean, I'm going to go over formally just quickly the requirements of the code, which you all know very well, under Town Law 267-B3. And basically, you have to weigh the benefit to them against the detriment to my client, which is right next door. There's no one else that I can think of that's more impacted by this project than my client and their property, the adjoining property. And so basically at this point, they're multiple variances on a lot that basically could have a conforming property on it, and all the detriment is falling on my client. As far as an undesirable change to the neighborhood, there is a pattern which Mr. McKevitt has pointed out, but the undesirable change is taking a lot that has essentially a large vacant area next to it now with an older house and changing that completely. It's not like they're taking the house that's there, moving its location and adding a garage or adding an accessory part of the structure, which I could understand that, but they're starting from scratch essentially. And so it seems to me that the change is that you're changing what's there to something very different, very much more intrusive, very much more expansive. It really is that. They want it because they want it because they think that they might get the approvals from you. And I'm saying, why? Why give them so much when they can actually comply with less? And so, again, this is basically something they can achieve by some other method that's feasible. Comply with the code. That's what the code is there for. Otherwise, what is the purpose of the code? And obviously, this is self-created. It's not the only factor, but this is just something they've elected to do. It's not like they've been forced into this. There are two other people I'd like to have speak on this subject. I appreciate your patience. If you have any questions for me, I am going to essentially rest, except to note that I've given you a comparison of the original plans against the revised plans with the percentages I've done. I've given you the aerial photograph from Google Maps, and there is a letter from Neil Zuckerman that I'd like you to read before you make your decision. and to take into account my client's point of view. Well, on that note, I'd like to call John Robinson, a licensed land surveyor.
Sir,
One
before that,
of the board members had some questions,
I have a few
Mr.
Sure, I'm
Brown.
sorry.
so, does he have a copy of your photo array, Mr. McKevitt?
He has given to me, and I've also given to him, by the way, my exhibits.
So your client's Mr. Zuckerman, and his address is 94 Glenwood Avenue, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to understand the issues you've raised. So photograph 13 says 94 Glenwood Avenue. Is that right?
That's what 13 shows. I believe that is my client's property. Yes.
So this is a silly question. When I look at the map, I see the, what we're called a flag lot, but the L-shaped lot. When I look here, I'm looking for the house with the space on the side, and I don't know if it's to the right in the photograph. I'm not I expected to see a house with a big space on the side, and I'm confused about, is this your client's house? And because that's a double width, not really a double width, but in Point Lookout, a double width lot, what gives? I'm confused.
I think I can explain. If you look at the aerial photograph I gave to you, and the house you're looking at in the photograph number, and let me get that up again, so the record.
This one.
13. That's taken from Glenwood Avenue, looking towards my client's house.
Okay, hold on. So in the middle of that photograph, that's your client's house?
Correct, the one that's marked with an X. The part that people have been talking about is the flag, is the lot that's behind my client's lot.
No, I understand, but, so that's your client's house. Is the extra space in his lot, going by the photograph 13, is it to the left or the right?
I'm not
Or the
sure what you
rear.
mean by the extra
Well,
space.
the rear, I know there's no space.
There is space.
It's a 70-foot square foot lot, wide lot. The house, what, is 35 or 40 feet wide?
So there is space for a car to park if you're facing the house to the right.
Okay, so that driveway and that one house is in fact the whole 70 feet?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that was, I thought I was looking for more space on one of the sides to reconcile with the map.
I understand. I believe that
Mr. Mago, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Robinson has some survey diagrams that may help answer your question a little bit more
Okay,
exactly.
I have a few more questions.
Sure.
Ms. Kozlina, you had some,
It's okay.
no?
Ask your question.
I didn't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry.
And I just want to boil down to like the one sentence. I heard you say that the location, I heard you mention the location of the house versus where it would be preferable for your client.
Yes.
I just wanted to understand that better. And I just wanted to mention as it relates to the third story, the deck and all that, none of that requires variances, except that he'd be here anyway because the lot is an undersized lot. So that's always going to be an issue here. And yes, the deck is a part of lot coverage in the final analysis, so in that regard, but since he doesn't want height and he doesn't want, and as you know, that's happening a lot in Point Lookout. As it relates to the flat, believe me, I'm not in favor, but of the general concept, I think we should have an average roof line, but whatever. So I just want to understand the boiled down reasons of why your client wants the house somewhere else and where, and a few other, like boil it down, you did your whole thing, but just boil it all down.
I'll boil it down to one word. Two words, maintaining privacy. My client right now has a lot that fairly is private. He has some vegetation, fences, and this house that's existing is about as far away as he can get from his house as possible. We're changing the situation entirely to put a much taller structure as close to his house as they can make it right now, essentially, so that they will have an extra tall building with windows facing towards his property, with an observation deck on top, in the corner closest to his property. And so I think that is, in a nutshell, what the problem is. And I'm happy to try to elucidate that point a little bit better if you need me to.
Where is this? I think your confusion is, where is this in relation to the?
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
94 Glenwood Avenue, is that your client's house?
94, yes.
Now, when was that built? It looks pretty new.
I don't believe it's new. It's a nice looking house, though. What year was it?
No, in other words, is that the original house that was on the lot, or did you rebuild it?
You can stand up so you can hear you. Jim, what were your...
My name is Richard Zuckerman, 94 Glenwood Avenue, Point Lookout, New York. I believe the original house was built in 1929.
Okay.
My parents bought the house in 1945, so I was 2. When I had the house refigured,
Yeah, that's what
I never changed the north side of the house.
But I want to know what year that was. When did you redo the
I
house?
redid the house between 2002, 2003.
So it's recent. Was there any variances
No
involved? or
variance was required. I made sure with the architect that I didn't need a variance at the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
And I'd like to ask you a question, too.
Sure. I hope I can answer this one.
Diagram 14, which is 90 Glenwood Avenue, that looks like a brand-new house. It looks pretty tall. How,
This one, at
90 Glenwood Avenue, is that the house next door?
That was a house,
Is that the house next door to you on the other side?
house next door to me, to the best of my knowledge, they didn't change the footprint of the original house.
Or do you feel it impedes on your privacy, too, because it's pretty big?
But he didn't go for variance.
So in other words, this is just built out of, you wouldn't know, but it was built without a variance. It didn't need one. It didn't need a variance, so you didn't come to before us. I wasn't here at the time. I'm just curious because this is on the other side of you. It's pretty big.
When the man says to me, and my neighbor says to me, if you're looking on the side of the house, near the window, I can see you and your wife cooking in the kitchen. It's quite upset.
It's on the left side of you.
It's on both sides.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Excuse me. 94 Glenwood Avenue was built after 1930. It required a permit to maintain the one-family dwelling in 1974, in which it appeared before this board for side yard, front yard, encroachments, and an accessory shed. And it was granted. In 2003, we do have permits for the house to be rebuilt. There was a pool that was never installed that came before the board. Another pool application in 2003.
Now, Mr. Brown, I haven't seen you before, this board before. This is Ms. First. She's one of our most experienced plans examiners, so we're lucky enough to have her here as an expert on Wednesdays.
So I'm just looking at the picture and I see a big house on the other side, and that's why I was curious.
So if I'm hearing, there may have been some variances granted in the 70s for this property?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall that?
And the dwelling was reconstructed in 2003 and received a new CO. Which was as of right.
Okay. I mean, variances granted in the 70s when the code was probably different to begin with, when also this client has additional space around his property by reason of the so-called flag lot. So no one opposed those variances. They were granted by this board, but we are opposing these because of exactly where the house is located. It does impinge upon his privacy. The existing house up the block, I agree, it also impinges on his privacy, but there's nothing he could do about that. So this is something we can do something about. This board can do something about it. And if there aren't any other questions, because I know you have a long afternoon ahead of you, I'll let Mr. Robinson speak. Is that all right? All right, thank you.
Has he been sworn? Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board.
Name and address for the record, Mr. Robinson.
My name is John Robinson. I'm a land surveyor in private practice for in excess of 50 years in Nassau County. I've been working in the town of Hempstead continuously over those 50 years. My client, Mr. Richard Zuckerman, is here, asked me to look into the situation.
I read it.
And basically, alphabetically, his problem with the situation of what's being proposed is that this proposal is too big, too close, and too tall. The reason it's too big is that the square footage greatly exceeds what is allowed by the current code. And he's not completely opposed to them having somewhat of a variance, but he's definitely opposed to so much of a variance as to the size of the dwelling. Now, as to too close, when we looked at it originally, they're talking about a 5 or 6 foot rear yard, which on a proposed requirement of 15 feet seemed like a big reach. And quite frankly, my client, Mr. Zuckerman, would prefer that the rear yard of that, rear face of that house was at the 15-foot minimum requirement, which is a minimum. Now, looking at the plans, one of the things I don't see in the site plans that I have had or I am privy to, there could be other information that I have not seen, is we don't see anything on this house allowing for air conditioning, generators, or things that you would expect on a house of this scale. And if these air conditioners and generators were placed on the westerly side of the property, which is close to Mr. Zuckerman's property, he would have a certain effect from both heat and from noise and vibration. And that is of great concern to him. Now, addressing the closeness of the property, on the northerly line where the house has been positioned and has not changed, there has been no change. You know, I have acknowledged that they did move the house from 5 feet to about 10 feet in the back, which Mr. Zuckerman greatly appreciates, but we don't feel, or he does not feel, that it is enough. On the northerly side, where they're asking for a variance to put it at 5 feet, they're showing this structure. And of course, you can't see on the plans, when you look at the detailed plans, and what this structure exactly is. But it takes that 5-foot side yard, comes out, projects about 2 feet into it, blocking the access for instance, fire personnel. That is really close. There is no need. And we have a number of documents that I've prepared for him, and I'd like to provide them with you. There are 5 different documents which provide you with extra information as to the coverage and various possibilities on the side yards. But I would like to take the time to address the most recent document, which is dated the 17th of November, and that is a sketch of a footprint that would provide 10 feet on both sides of the house, a reasonable size for the house as to square footage, and most importantly, relocates the deck or the roof deck from the roof area, which would be approximately 34 feet above the existing ground, because this 30 foot that they're showing on the plan is from a design flood elevation, which, you know, takes this house literally up to about 34 feet, which is a great height. And if it's very close to your property, you would be straining your neck. We have this situation on properties that we've worked on down in the city of Long Beach, and you're sitting on the sidewalk. It's very difficult to bend your neck to look at the people on the upper decks if they're so close. And they're typically...
What's the DFE there at the end house?
I believe it's the design flood elevation. I'm not sure it's designed on the plans.
No, but
No,
what
I mean,
is it?
what's the number?
What is it?
Let me-
The freeboard is elevation 11.
The DFE is what?
It's elevation 11?
11?
For the DFE?
Yes.
So they're,
That would be,
They're not here.
that would be shown in the section plans as soon as I get to it.
What, as to what?
Well, he's a licensed land surveyor.
No, but what is he's gonna be accepted as an expert witness for what purpose?
Purpose of discussing and showing to the board alternative locations for the house, based upon his surveying work and the diagrams he's prepared. That there are in fact alternative locations for this house.
It's a bit of a stretch.
I don't think it requires expertise in order to go and have it for what it's worth. I don't object to it, but he's just going to show, other types of plans, which anyone can do, looking at the code.
Understood. Okay, we'll allow him to testify. I don't know that I'm gonna qualify him as an expert witness, but he'll testify as to what he's gonna testify. All right? Go ahead.
Oh, your associate, it's not,
Pardon?
I should be thinking without her.
Yes.
Okay. When we're looking at Plan A6, the DFE floor elevation of 12 is shown going into the side of the garage is about 4 feet above the existing ground. So that the 30 feet being measured from that is starting 4 feet above the existing ground. But, effectively, when you're standing on the ground looking at this house, the house would look to you to be about 34 feet tall. I think it may be a little bit even taller than that. When we looked at the original plan,
Becky?
The house had a elevator tower building on top of it, which has been removed. That is another mitigation.
Okay.
And it has been replaced with some sort of what looks like a glass Bilko entry to
I'm gonna let him
access
testify,
this
but they're not here for a height variance.
large party deck or rooftop deck that is shown on the plans.
Mr. Chairman, not to be rude and interrupting, but height is not an issue in this case.
Understood, but I'm gonna let him testify anyway. You understand they're not here for a height variance, correct?
And we understand that, but we also understand that under 367-8, board has power to impose conditions as part of the grant.
We do. That's why I'm gonna let him testify. All right, but I wanna make it very clear, they're not here for a height variance, okay? Yeah.
What reasonable conditions would you impose since he doesn't need a height variance? Mr. Robinson's talking about height. I don't get it.
Well, one of the possibilities is what we show in the drawing that we have dated the 17th of November, 2 days ago, is to take the roof deck and put it over a garage that is only 1 story tall, so that it is not so intrusive to the neighborhood, and it protects my client from, for instance, light and sound issues that would result with a party deck that covered the entire roof of the house. It cuts the roof deck down in size, and it takes it down in elevation. They still get a roof deck to have their parties on, but it is of a much more limited scope than what appears in the plan.
I understand that, but once again, height is not before us, so what can this board do about something that's not before it?
I believe you could ask them not to put a roof deck on top
Okay,
of
I'm not gonna argue with you.
three levels of building.
I think Mr. Brown totally understands what I'm talking about. Thank you.
All right.
I mean, without putting too much of a fine point upon this, although you can't say that they can't do it, you can say that it is a reasonable condition that the observation area be made smaller or located further away from the boundary line. I think that's a reasonable condition for a building that doesn't appear to be so tall because of this odd FEMA requirement.
We understand your point.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor it.
You'll notice that the November 17th drawing shows an L-shaped building. Now, the purpose for that, although the property has a 2-car garage, from experience, we see that many people don't avail themselves. And by putting an L shape into the house and using a 10-foot setback and making the L go back 10 or 12 feet, it provides for parking on site for the property. Now, that is important to you because the street that this house faces is posted for no parking on either side. In other words, people are restrained from parking on either side of the street in front of their own house, and their legal parking is to be on site. And if they have a very short driveway, what happens is they pull into it, and the rear of the car blocks the sidewalk, which creates a hazard for the passerby, for the passerbys, the children, and anybody that's trying to use the sidewalk.
Hold on, Mr. McKevitt. I know there's a driveway. The one in his picture is bigger than this one. How many cars can your driveway hold there?
Is a two-car garage. Ms. Cozzolino will answer the rest.
It's a 4-car garage.
Oh.
But there's actually not enough space to park vehicles out in the front at this point since we moved the house forward. So there
To his
was,
point, because I see that in my neighborhood too.
right.
So in this instance, there's,
In this new revision, there is no space for a vehicle to park there. It's only 10 feet. Usually a vehicle needs at least 18 minimum.
10 feet deep or 10 feet wide?
It's 10 feet deep.
Okay, because it looks 5 feet deep in my plan. Okay.
It has a roof over.
So your idea in this change
5 vehicles?
is that you have, whatever cars you have, you're putting in a garage, because I know there's no parking on that street.
Correct.
Go ahead, sir. I just
A
want to,
minimal parking area is a 9-foot width by 18, which is very tight. Preferably 10-foot width, 20-foot depth allows you to park on the site and keep the tail end of your car from blocking the passerby on the sidewalk.
disagree. This design, in this location, in a large garage, and she doesn't disagree, there is not enough space to park a car in the driveway properly.
True, but this is caused by the excess size of and square footage of the first floor of the house.
Or
That
they
can-
would say, or just for the
that
record,
can be modified
they would
to
say
allow
because they moved
on-site
it forward
parking.
for you, right?
I mean, I regularly work in these areas where people have a short distance from the sidewalk, and you'll see the cars nose up to the garage, and the trunk area of the car or the rear area of the SUV is
I am
completely
very
obstructed.
familiar with it. My neighbor does it too. My old neighborhood,
It is a concern that can be addressed now before
You're
the
not
house
wrong.
is built.
you're not
In
wrong.
my opinion, it should be addressed.
Well, they believe they've addressed it with a 4-car garage and have no plans of parking on what they're calling a driveway, which is inadequate.
Correct.
As you, and they seem to agree. I'm just,
I don't know that the plans show a 4-car garage. I think it shows a 2-car garage. And, let me take a look at that in sort of a storage space.
We have 4. 2 and 2. Mr. Robinson, do you want to take a look? There's 4 spots.
I've got a copy of the
Okay.
plan. Am I missing a note that says there's a 4-car garage?
There's space for 4 vehicles in the garage. You have a 40, practically almost a 40-foot deep.
hold on.
So,
You gotta speak louder and
Slower.
because I hear a lot of sounds. And she needs to be able to get that.
absolutely. There is enough space for 4 vehicles to fit underneath the house, which we specifically made it this way in order for her to park all the vehicles underneath the house. Not in the driveway, but in the ground level floor of the house.
As a practical matter, I agree it would be possible to use the excess space, but you'd be stacking the cars. And from my experience in 50 years of surveying and going into these houses and doing flood insurance work, that is not really the case. Sometimes in a forward area like that, in front of another car, you'll have a collector's car that they don't use. Some people will put a boat in that space, but as a practical matter, if you have 2 additional spaces outside the house, is where people tend to park. I certainly do on my property, but what I'm saying here is that the parking situation can be improved by the design.
But there is no parking situation. There is no parking in the driveway. The driveway is literally just having the vehicles enter and exit the garage area where the car is being
In
stored.
my personal opinion, and from my experience, it would be very optimistic that people weren't parking parking in a 10-foot driveway and putting the butt end of their car over the public right-of-way.
Okay,
That's
Okay.
just personal opinion.
I'm sure it
Okay.
happens.
Okay. What else would you like to say, Mr. Robinson?
Are there any further questions of me, anything I can shed any light on? My goal here is to mitigate the situation, not just for Mr. Zuckerman, but for the entire neighborhood. Parking in Point Lookout
Okay.
has been a problem for many, many years, and this street with no legal parking on either side of the street, it is a
There's
great
none there.
problem.
There's
Mr.
none.
Zuckerman had addressed that by acquiring an additional lot that is to the north of this property that he uses for his guest parking.
That's the flag part or to the side?
That's the flag part.
That's what the flag
Flag
is. It's additional parking or overflow parking for when he has his relatives and his guests over. And that's where Mr. Brown and I parked when we went to meet with him in his living room.
Okay.
It's common in the area and a good thing to do. I wish I could do that.
Yeah, well, you need the land first.
Well, if there are
Okay.
no further questions,
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay? Okay, you're welcome. Would you like to sum up?
Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to refer the board to the photographs. When you look at photograph number 3 is why we designed the house where it is to the north, because right now you're looking at a concrete pad, and we believe it's fair to put it there more than anything else. Photograph number 13 is Mr. Zuckerman's residence. It's a very large, nice residence. Mr. Zuckerman's residence is photo number 13. My client would like to have a similar residence. She's just looking for something similar. Mr. Zuckerman house originally received variances in 1974. When he rebuilt it later on, he actually built it 29.8%, which is not legal under today's code. So even his house today would need a variance. And again, you go and you take away that additional lot, his is actually 44%. Well, I think I've demonstrated here, we're within the area character of Point Lookout, and I think we've made a reasonable application. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. McKevitt, Ms. Cozzolino, everyone else, Mr. Brown, Mr. Zuckerman, who signed in on the case, will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all for
Second.
coming.
All in favor?
Hope
Any
we see you
opposed?
again, Ms. Cozzolino, but
Yes, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
So-
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I have my stuff. Did I? Hold on.
Next, we're going to recall case 603 and 25 through 60825 near Island Park, 77 Vanderbilt LLC, also known as 77 Vanderbilt Avenue. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We're recalling cases 60925 West Hempstead, Prit M. Harbins Singh, as well as case 61025 West Hempstead, Prit M. Harbins Singh, also known as 603 Maple Street.
Good afternoon again. When we left off on the record, there were a couple of neighbors here who were not understanding the application. I spoke with them. They understand it. They have no objection. They left and went home. Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Brown, you, your client, and the other folks who signed in will also receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you. Aye. So, hold on. Okay, I lost one piece.
To take a 10-minute break to allow the court reporter to change her battery and to put some blood back in her phone.
When Joe just called you, Stephanie, is she a robot? We need to change her battery, and
Next, we'll be calling cases 54825 through 55425 East Meadow Pathland Holdings LLC, care of Parkit Management. Special exception to install drive-through window and outdoor dining in conjunction with proposed Starbucks, variance in off-street parking, install detached illuminated double-faced pylon sign setback 5 feet from Newbridge Road in conjunction with proposed Starbucks, install detached illuminated order screen with canopy in conjunction with proposed Starbucks, install detached illuminated pre-menu board sign in conjunction with proposed Starbucks, install detached illuminated menu board sign in conjunction with proposed Starbucks, install 2 illuminated directional signs over 2 square feet with logo in conjunction with proposed Starbucks, install one illuminated directional sign over 2 square feet with logo in conjunction with proposed Starbucks, also known as 651 Newbridge Road.
Good afternoon, members of the board. William Bonesso for Celli Deegan Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. Here on behalf of the applicant, Pathland Holdings LLC. The applicant is the owner of the subject property at 651 Newbridge Road in East Meadow. Seated to my right is Mr. Frank Filisciotto. He is with La Bella Engineering. Mr. Filisciotto is a transportation engineer who has appeared before this board on multiple occasions and has been qualified to provide expert opinion testimony in the areas of parking and traffic as a traffic expert. Also here this afternoon is the principal of Pathland Holdings, Mr. Adam Mann, and also a representative from Starbucks, Mr. Corey Bertram, who is the store development manager, and they are available should the board have any questions for them. The application before the board this afternoon, as noted, is in reference to a parcel of property known as 651 Newbridge Road. It is situated on the east side of Newbridge Road between two side streets, Poppy Street to the north and Heisler Street to the south. The property is fully zoned business district. It is not one of those lots that are split in half with the front 100 being business and the rear being residential. This is a fully zoned commercial property in the Business X district. The property, I'm sorry, I've handed up through Mr. Owens a handout for the board to follow along with and review for which will show the existing conditions of the property, the proposed site plan, some elevations and floor plans for the building, and then it provides a matrix showing other Starbucks throughout the town of Hempstead, and then there are examples before and after of jobs that my client, Mr. Mann, through either Pathland or other entities that he is the principal of, has developed in and around Nassau County, including the town of Hempstead.
Mr. Vanessa, one second. I'm looking at the sign-in sheets, and it looks like I have about 12 people signed in. I count more people than that in the audience. You don't have to sign in, but if you would like to speak, you need to sign in so we know you're here. And even if you don't want to speak, if you would like a copy of the decision mailed to you once it's made, you would want to sign in. So I'm going to hand these back over, and can I just get them back? And if you haven't signed in and you wish to do so, please come up and do so. I'll give you these here in case anyone wants to sign in, then I just need them back. Thank you, Mr. Vanessa.
Sure. So the second page of the handout shows the subject property and its existing condition. This property was a bank with a drive-through window, a double drive-through window. That bank closed in 2021. As this board is well aware, banks are typically not opening anymore, they're closing. It's just a change in the way people do their banking. So this site, it's highly unlikely to be ever utilized again as a bank. That said, it is a large site. The actual lot area of the property, 1 second, is 57,430 square feet, so it is over, well over an acre. And the applicant, oh, well, before I get to that, the property as presently developed and as it was used by the bank presently maintains 4 curb cuts. There is two curb cuts on Heisler Street, the side street which leads to a cul-de-sac and residential properties, and 1 curb cut on Poppy Street, which is also a residential side street. And then there's a curb cut on the Newbridge Road portion of the property towards the north end of the frontage that was used as the exit for the drive-through. The bank building that is on the property is proposed to be reutilized for this project. They are not going to knock it down, rather they're going to reuse it, renovate it, put new facades on it. There are images of that here, which for the board's viewing. There will be a single drive-through as opposed to a double drive-through associated with the prior bank, but there will be a full escape lane included in the drive-through. One of the benefits of a lot this size is that in addition to the stacking lane for the vehicles in the drive-through, they have sufficient room to provide an escape lane for anybody who needs to get out of the stack and leave the property. Also, as a result of having such a large lot, they have the ability to do substantial landscaping on the property, substantial buffering along the easterly end of the property adjacent to residences, and they also have the ability to stack many, many cars and park 35 cars for this Starbucks as proposed. All that being said, the project does need relief from this board. Because of the size of the building, it has a 3,892 square foot footprint. It has a basement. The basement is intended for storage. It's almost a full basement. It's about 3,000 square feet. But because of that and the square footage of the building, the parking requirement that applies for this site is the one that is calculated based on square footage, not based on seating. The square footage of this building, both the basement, which is calculated at 1 per 500, and the building itself, and the first floor, which is calculated at 1 per 100, when you take that and then you add in the outdoor dining, which is 16 seats divided by 1/3, that's 6 seats because they always round up. The total parking requirement is 54 spaces. That being said, if you were to look at the number of seats, and if you were to look at the calculation based on the number of seats, the requirement would be significantly less. There would be sufficient parking on site because that would generate a requirement of 31 spaces total, whereas they have 35 spaces on site. So consequently, there's a substantial difference when you calculate the two, but as we know, the building department is, and this board is required to apply the parking standard that is greater, and in this case, that is the square footage. The other thing I would note, and I've noted this before on similar applications, is that as much as the total square footage of the building gets considered, if you look at the floor plans for this building, you'll find that only about half of the first floor plan is actually occupied by customers. The rest of it is what they call back of house. It's storage, it's prep, it's refrigeration, it's all sorts of other things that are only accessed by employees. So it too also impacts and kind of artificially raises the parking demand. All that being said, 35 parking spaces, as you'll hear from Mr. Filisciotto, is a large amount of parking spaces for a Starbucks, especially when you factor in that as much as 70% of their business is conducted in their drive-through lane. Now, speaking of the drive-through lane, what we have presently is a drive-through lane that can stack 13 vehicles from the drive-up window or the pickup window to the beginning of the drive-through lane. That said, if there is a time when there is more than that number of vehicles, there is still another probably 13 to 14 cars that can stack on the property and not back up onto New Bridge Road that would go through this very expansive parking lot. It is never expected to be full, that parking lot.
Mr. Vanessa, I missed it.
I'm sorry?
After the 13, how many more stacked?
You could probably stack another 13 or 14 vehicles before you ever get to the driveway. So all that being said, it's a very large site, a very well laid out site, one that should operate very well. As noted, we do need the parking variance. We do need a special exception for the drive-through. And then the rest of the relief needed is signage. There is a pre-menu board, a menu board, and an ordering board. Those are three of the sign variances. And then we have three directional signs. One that are over 2 feet, which is why they need a variance. One is at the very entrance to the property, which tells people that the drive-through is further down towards the rear of the lot. There is another one at the entrance to the drive-through lane, indicating that that's where you enter. And then at the exit of the property, or just before the exit of the property, there's another proposed directional sign.
Easy enough to do on the site plan. Can you just tell me what they're designated? I can find one.
May I approach?
Okay, real quick. I don't want to belabor this. I just want to know where those signs are. I know there's one. Three.
This is the pylon sign.
Okay, let the record reflect that Mr. Vanessa pointed out the three directional signs that are before this board, and also, since he was here, the pylon sign. Go ahead, Mr. Vanessa.
Yes, for the record, I indicated where the three directional signs are. I also indicated where the proposed pylon sign is. The pylon sign requires a variance only in that it is proposed to be 5 feet from the front property line as opposed to the 20 feet required by the code. If it were to be set back 20 feet, it would interfere with the exit from the drive-through, and even with it being 5 feet, you'll notice that there's a sidewalk and curbing that will be unaffected, because of that, it will not affect the location of the sign. Being 5 feet instead of 20 will not affect sight lines for drivers exiting the property. So, all that being said, I would, unless the board has any questions about the site layout or the variance relief that's required, I'll ask Mr. Filisciotto to provide his findings and conclusions with regard to the relief needed that he can speak to, basically the parking variance and the drive-through operation.
Okay, say your name again, I apologize.
Mr. Filisciotto, Frank Filisciotto.
Okay, Mr. Filisciotto, you want to voir dire him, or do you want me to?
No,
have
Mr.
you been
Filisciotto has appeared before this board on numerous occasions. He's been qualified by this board as a traffic expert, permitted to provide expert opinion testimony in the areas of parking and traffic. I would ask that he be permitted to do so again. Mr. Filisciotto, have any of your credentials changed since the last time you appeared here?
No.
Okay, so we'll qualify you as an expert as to parking, traffic, and parking and traffic flow, which, for those of you in the audience who don't know the distinction, that allows him to give his opinion about these things rather than just testify as to his observations that are facts. So within that scope and that scope only. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Again, for the record, Frank Filisciotto, F as in Frank, I-L-I-C-I-O-T-T-O. I'm a professional engineer with 22 years of experience in the field of traffic, transportation engineering, planning, site design, parking,
Sorry, did you
site
provide,
circulation.
do you have a report? I want to follow
I
along.
do.
Oh, yes, we
Yes.
submitted reports. They were submitted to the board back in a timely fashion.
Labella?
Yes, by Labella, and we have submitted copies today.
Okay, we'll take, it's already submitted, so I don't need a minute evidence. If you could reference it as you go along to the extent
Yes.
you're referring to it, I'd like to follow along.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we completed a comprehensive traffic impact study for the application dated November 17, 2025. It's revision 1. The main reason for that revision was a civics meeting in September where we heard some feedback and did some additional work to create this most recent revision. Typically, we have these submitted a little bit earlier than the hearing date, but given the additional work that we performed to make this a little bit more comprehensive of a document, that's why it's dated 2 days prior to today. As Mr. Bonesso mentioned, the site is located on an amply sized piece of property when you consider where you usually find Starbucks with drive-through uses. If you look at the matrix summary that was in your packets, most of the Starbucks sites that have been developed in the town of Hempstead are on pieces of property that are, in some cases, less than half the size of the site that we're looking at for the proposed site here in East Meadow. And I think the point is that those sites, I was part of some of those applications, and what you have on this particular site is an ample site when it comes to site circulation and parking. Historically, as you've heard, the site operated as a Citibank branch, 4 drive-throughs, four driveways rather, double drive-through lane for the banking operation. What we're proposing here is a significant driveway consolidation. So the 4 driveways go down to a single driveway. The site will be solely accessed via Newbridge Road. Poppy and Heisler are both dead-end residential side streets, so the idea here, by removing driveways from those roadways, the residents that live on those roads should never have to contend with traffic associated with the Starbucks, unless, of course, they happen to be customers of Starbucks at some point. So the idea is the site is accessed solely from Newbridge Road, which is a New York State DOT roadway. In addition, 35 parking spaces are proposed. We're required to have 54. The town's requirement for parking for this type of use is very significant, 1 per 100. Industry standard data has shown that Starbucks, especially those with drive-throughs, don't come even close to approximating 1 per 100. And I'll present some data from other Starbucks sites in Nassau County that show that parking generation to be much lower and much lower than the 35 spaces that were actually provided. The traffic impact study that we prepared was comprehensive. This project for us started back in 2022, and we performed traffic counts back in 2022. We expanded on those traffic counts in 2024, and then we did so again just this past October 2025.
Just for everyone's sake.
Sure.
Traffic counts of what? Similar places elsewhere on the island, or what do you count?
So traffic counts performed for this project were study intersections that are near this site. Heisler and Poppy, their intersections with Newbridge Road, as well as the large intersection of Newbridge Road in Jerusalem.
And you're
just to our site.
And you're counting at because the business isn't there yet. You're doing counts at these intersections in one sentence. For what purpose? Just for the edification of the group?
The purpose of doing traffic counts is to get a baseline understanding of existing conditions.
Okay.
How much traffic is using the roadways today.
Okay.
And then the arc of a traffic impact study is to look forward into the future. There's 2 pieces to that. One is what's going to happen in the future regardless of our project. Traffic will change, it will grow, it will decrease. Developments will come and go independent of ours. And then there's, of course, our application. And so you take those 2 pieces, put them on top of the baseline condition, and you look at the future build
Make some
condition.
projection as best you can.
Correct. So what we found was when we collected data back in 2022 and 2024, and then re-looked at it a couple of weeks ago in October, we actually found that the traffic in October was slightly lower than we had counted in 2022 and 2024. I'll note that in 2022 we were still in COVID, or tail end of COVID. At that time, it was the industry standard to adjust traffic data collected in 2022 to pre-COVID conditions. We were very conservative at that time. Didn't know if the trends that were emerging as a result of COVID were actually going to stay. And a lot of them have stayed, with work from home, less people traveling during the AM peak hour, the whole thing. We made that adjustment, and then we stuck with it. We didn't tail it down, even though in 2025, baseline data along New Bridge Road has gone down ever so slightly during peak hours. That doesn't mean that traffic is overall less. It just means that during peak hours, it's slightly less, and it might be spreading into other hours throughout the day. People getting a later start to their day. Maybe they're working from home and then commuting at 10 a.m. instead of at 8 o'clock. So that was our baseline data. And then with Starbucks in particular, and I've worked with Adam Mann, the principal behind this application, for a long time, and on several Starbucks applications, we've amassed a data set of existing Starbucks sites in Nassau County. We've studied them extensively to provide a data set for proposed uses such as this. Typically, traffic engineers and transportation planners look at the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the ITE manual, which is the industry standard. It's a generic set of data. I'm sure you've all heard it. With our particular application, we have actual local Starbucks data that form the basis of this report. And ITE even recognizes that when you have local data, that's preferred. So we have the Starbucks data. We went out, four sites were looked at, one in Manhasset, one in Belmore, one in West Hempstead, and one in Glen Cove, all in Nassau County. And that traffic that we studied from those sites formed the basis for this site. Correct. We did actual counts there. Those counts considered how much traffic is being generated, the ins and outs, how much parking demand that those sites are generating, what the drive-through characteristics, how long transactions take, how long the queuing, the stacking lane is, all to inform a site design like this. What we found is, in general, Starbucks, at least in Nassau County, outperforms the ITE. They actually generate more traffic than the ITE. So by using this data, we are being more conservative. We're being more realistic. This is Starbucks in Nassau County. They do generate traffic.
That the Starbucks in Nassau County does whatever the ITE, to your knowledge, whatever the
Yes,
ITE
it's slightly
predicts, it's regularly higher than that on some of
Correct.
those. Thank you.
Correct. We've studied the parking generation, and we've also studied the drive-through queuing. What we found with parking, especially on a use that has a drive-through, is the drive-through tends to limit the amount of people who need to park. And when you heard Mr. Bonesso say that the expected volume of traffic that uses the drive-through around 70%, that's not a set number, but it usually exceeds 50% for most of these sites. That in and of itself reduces the need to park on site and walk in. In fact, we saw from our studies of those four sites, the maximum parking demand was only 19 parked vehicles. Correct. With drive-through. So we're approximately double the peak demand that we observed with the 35 spaces. So we're not even close to what we're providing on the site. We feel very confident that 35 spaces is more than adequate. There will not be a parking problem on this site. In addition, the queuing, the maximum queuing that we saw and observed across the four sites that we looked at on Long Island, plus two in New Jersey, one in Ridgewood and one I believe in either Fairlawn or Mahwah, it's escaping me right now, but Bergen County, New Jersey, was a queue of 16 vehicles. You've noted, Mr. Bonesso noted, we have stacking exclusively for 13, and then if you were to look at the site plan, if there were to be 3 additional vehicles, you would temporarily block the access to the trash enclosure. But this, again, is the far eastern portion of the site. It's nowhere near the front door. of the Starbucks use. It's nowhere near the driveway. It's adequately away from everything important that's going on. The other thing about this site is we have a full bypass lane. The entire drive-through operation is wrapped with a bypass lane. So in the event someone gets onto the site, sees a longer queue than they are willing to wait through, in that very instant, they can use the bypass lane, circumnavigate the entire site, come around to the front, and then either exit and leave the site completely, or they can come back into the parking lot and park and walk in, if that's their prerogative. Not every site has that ability. This site does by virtue of its size, and that's an added benefit to relieving on-site congestion. When we looked at the proposed traffic generation of this site, we also factor the idea of pass-by traffic. Pass-by traffic is the concept that someone who's on New Bridge Road now, passing this site currently, commuting, driving to their kid off to school, doing whatever, may be a future customer of this site and turn in, get a coffee, and then turn out. That trip is already on the roadway right now. It's just passing the site because there's no reason to turn into the site. You redevelop the site with a Starbucks, there's now a reason to come onto this site. So that's recognized as a pass-by trip. It's not a trip that's created and new to the area. It's already there, it's latent, it's passing the site, and then the mere presence of a use that is interesting to someone will bring them in. So it's not to say that the trip generation of the site is reduced. It is what it is. It's just that you're not adding more traffic necessarily onto the road because part of it is already on the road today. It's just not going into that site. We all do this when we purchase gas for the most part. We buy gas when we're usually going to some other more significant destination. Rarely do we buy gas and go directly back home. So Starbucks is a little bit similar where it's a convenience-based use. You get your coffee before you go to the train station or to work. You're doing it on an existing trip already. And so a portion of the traffic that's generated by Starbucks is already on the road today, and therefore its cumulative impact on the road is less than it would be if this was a primary destination type use, like a school or a daycare facility or something like that.
In your thing, when you get to it,
Sure.
include in that deliveries, how and when those would happen, and what those would have, what impact they would have on parking and traffic, and if it's not within your scope, then how you can handle the noise, et cetera, for the neighbors.
So when we did a standard level of service analysis, we looked at the operations of the adjacent intersection, the significant intersection of New Bridge and Jerusalem. We found that this site would not have a significant impact. Levels of service would be maintained at that intersection. As a result of the fact that this site isn't generating entirely new traffic, it's partially pass-by, and there is capacity at that intersection during peak hours to handle the site traffic generating. I mentioned also there's driveway consolidation, so the site will be fully accessed via the driveway on New Bridge Road. There will be no side street access. I want to point out there's an existing two-way left turn lane on New Bridge Road. That two-way left turn lane will enable a vehicle that's traveling southbound on New Bridge to use that lane to make a left turn without blocking through traffic behind it. Similarly, for traffic that's making a left out, this is less commonly done, but a two-way left turn lane traditionally allows for this, is it can allow for someone to make a left turn more easily from a driveway coming out of the site. The exiting traffic during peak hours will be contained fully on the site. Again, the site is very well designed in that it contains all of the traffic associated with it without spillback anywhere. And again, that's by virtue of the size of the site. So again, we affirm that the site design is a net positive. It addresses a lot of the traditional issues associated with convenience-based type uses. We believe that there's more than adequate queuing, more than adequate parking, and that this will not have a deleterious effect on traffic on the roadway network.
Mr. Filisciotto, you referenced the civic meeting that we had back in September. And coming out of that civic meeting, there were two main concerns, and that was one you've addressed in connection with the amount of traffic that this would put on the roadway by speaking to pass-by traffic. The other one has to do with the use of a double driveway. When I say double driveway, I mean a driveway that is a unified driveway, the same location for ingress and egress onto the property. In communications that I had with a representative of the condo association across the street and just to the south, there was a discussion that I had where they asked first if we could just use the existing Newbridge Road driveway for both ingress and egress, and we indicated we could not do that because that would be in direct conflict with the drive-through lanes. It would also force cars heading north to have to turn 180 degrees to get down to the parking and meandering through the site. But what I did say, because I'm a layman, I did say we could look at whether or not we could use the driveway that we're proposing for ingress only, and then keep the other driveway for egress only, thus separating them. And I did advise the representative that the only way we would do that is if the traffic consultants, the engineers, looked at that and said it was a better way to do it. So I put that to you and your associate, Mr. Stark, and you indicated that it would not be. Could you address that, please?
Sure, happy to. So, if everyone's looking at the site plan, I think that would be the best place to start. You'll see that the proposed driveway is directly across from another driveway. That driveway is not labeled. The driveway on the west side of the street is what I'm referring to. Sure.
You're saying that the proposed driveway for this project is directly across from, and I see that on the site plan, but when I look on the radius map, it's not really shown, so you're referring to that driveway that looks like I'm not sure what.
There's a driveway on the site plan that you see on the site plan directly across from our driveway. That is the driveway for the St. Raphael's Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah. And it's not just the church, it's the food bank. I believe there's also a special needs school there. There's a significant parking lot both in front of the building and to the rear of the building. And if you were to review the signage for the driveway there, you'll note that it's an egress-only driveway. All the ingress for this site is supposed to come in at the north end. And again, I think actually the best spot for you to look is on the cover page of that packet.
Yeah, if you look at the cover page of your handout.
So you'll see across from the site, you'll see that St. Raphael's Church, significant sized building there. All the way at the north end, which is to the left side of your paper, you'll see a driveway, and that's across from I believe that the side street starts with a T. Yes. That is an ingress-only driveway for the church. The egress-only driveway, Tonquin, right? Yeah. The egress-only driveway is the one that's directly across from the one we're proposing. So the reason why our driveway is where it is because it's traditionally best practice to align driveways up with one another, so that you're directly across from someone who's also trying to turn onto Newbridge Road or any other road.
Because?
If we were offset, if we were north of that driveway, you'd have the opportunity for overlapping left turns.
I understand.
So if someone is coming out of there making a left and someone is coming out of our site making a left,
It's offset.
you now are head-to-head in the middle of Newbridge as opposed to the traditional left turns coming in front of one another. I understand the concern. I'm sympathetic to the concern because we're also offset to Meadow Lane's driveway. There's nothing we can do to ameliorate that. But what we wouldn't want to be is offset from both of those driveways. And I'll attest, just based on visual observations and some of the data that we collected, St. Raphael's is a busier location than the Meadow Lane driveway. There's school buses in that lot. There's people coming and going throughout the course of the day. So to have that misaligned would be, I think, in error. We have the opportunity to correct that now. I will note this project needs to go through a full DOT review. We do need a highway work permit from DOT. They've looked at this already. They had some initial comments. We've responded to those comments. Obviously, DOT is the arbiter here, and we have to do whatever they say, but we believe this is the best location for that driveway because of the left turn issue.
Thank you, Mr. Filisciotto. If there are no further questions for Mr. Filisciotto, I will just address some of the questions that Mrs. D'Amato had, and then will be our direct presentation.
When you do that, will you just do hours? And
Yeah.
saw where the dumpster is, but do trash pickup private?
Yeah, that's
whenever,
what I was going to do. The hours for the Starbucks would be 5 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. Deliveries occur every day. They come typically via tractor trailers, and they take 20 to 30 minutes for the delivery to occur. They do not occur during the business hours, so there's no conflict with the traffic that is occurring on the property. They have some control over what times they do occur, but it just really depends on what their route is. With regard to refuse pickup,
Wait, if we could stay on the truck, can the drivers turn off and not move, not?
yes, they can turn off their vehicle so that it's not idling.
And are they on-site, off-site?
Yes, they're on-site. They do not do their deliveries. They will not do their deliveries from Newbridge Road. They'll be on-site for the deliveries. And as I said, the deliveries typically take between 20 and 30 minutes to take place. Refuse pickup will be based on something this size would probably be 4 to 5 days a week, if not every day, depending on how busy it is. They also occur in the off-peak periods when the business is not open. There'll be private carding. Yeah, private carding, so they do have some control over what time that occurs. I will point out, as you can see from the plan, the dumpsters, the enclosure for the dumpsters is over 40 feet away from the nearest residential property. It is a permitted location. It does not need relief for it to be in that location, and it should function properly without problems. And again, they have the ability to control what times the pickups occur.
And you think that would be once a day?
Probably once a day, yeah.
When I lived in the city, the worst thing was everyone had a different carter. And I'm asking this because I think Starbucks has a lot of glass with the pump bottles and stuff. And when the machine went, the revving engine was bad enough, but when all the glass falls, it is horrible. So to the extent, so it's just important, I think, that we get that trash collection without being too nitpicky, not during the main sleeping hours, like, whatever it is, 10 to 6, if we can just make it not happen during those hours. And then also, when you said daily deliveries, did you mean one a day or multiple a day?
The deliveries will come one a day in a tractor trailer.
Okay, and both, again, back to the no idling, you know that thing, Mr.
Yeah.
Vanessa, okay.
Beyond that, Mr. Filisciotto made reference to the matrix, which is, I think, 4 or 5 pages in the handout. It really is very telling. If you look at that, you'll see this is one of the largest sites for a single use. It is, in fact, the largest site for a single use Starbucks. The only other site that's larger is a Starbucks, but it also has a Taco Bell on the property. Every other property is anywhere from half to even a quarter of the size. Every other property has far less parking. Does not have the kind of ability to stack vehicles here that this one does. So consequently, we feel that this is a very reasonable single-use application that will be a benefit. Now, Thank you. Lastly, we did have contact with the St. Raphael's. We were advised that the pastor of the parish did not have an objection to the location of the parking of the driveway, so that is, it's not a concern for them at any rate. And then lastly, I would point out that the Nassau County Planning Commission recommended local determination. That's our direct presentation.
We just go over the steps you've taken, because I know you have, in terms of the noise of the drive-through getting near the residential, like usually keep it at a certain level and usually have baffling.
Yeah, certainly. All lighting on the property, first of all, will be shielded so that it doesn't generate light or glare onto neighboring residential properties. The speakers are self-attenuating on the drive-through equipment. The lights, there are canopies so that the lights are not glaring, and there will be video cameras on this property for security purposes. Lights will be turned off when not in operation, albeit you don't want all the lights off. You do want some security on the site so it doesn't turn into a hangout. So Starbucks has that down pretty well. They know how to properly manage the site so that it doesn't become a hangout, but it's also not a beacon of light.
How about signs, ask him to turn the radio down?
I'm sure that could be done.
A lot of people have done that in the past because.
Yeah, remember, it's only open till 9 p.m. That's our direct presentation. Well, there are 3 shifts. The busiest shift is in the morning. It's typically 8 employees. As the day wears on, it reduces to anywhere from 4 to 5 employees. They have kind of a breakdown between full-time and part-time. The total number of employees this will probably generate is what, 15 to 20? Oh, 34. Excuse me, 34. And that's broken down between full and part-time, correct? There are 3 shifts, correct? Yeah.
I apologize.
Surely. There is a 15-foot wide landscape buffer that runs the entire length of the easterly property line from Poppy Street all the way down to Heisler Street. It wraps around the drive-through and extends along Poppy Street, and then there's grass and landscaping also along Heisler. It's a double row of plantings, plus a proposed new 6-foot high vinyl privacy fence that will be installed along that property line. If my client in the past, when neighbors have requested higher fencing, they have provided higher fencing. I'm sure he would be prepared to do the same under the present circumstances.
Should we just grant like a variance for a 20-foot living fence now so you can put up big, high, beautiful trees, separate the residential neighborhoods?
Yeah, I've had neighbors in discussions say, I want the biggest wall or the biggest row of hedges I can get. And then, when they realize how tall 10, 12 feet is, they all of a sudden start to feel like they're in a penitentiary. So, we typically suggest 8 and 10 feet at the max, but that's, up to the neighbors.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, so we're going to start call. Yes, no? Okay. So we're going to start calling the people who have signed in opposition. First person is Rachel Otarari. Okay, sorry.
When you're called by the chairman, you'll come up to the podium, you'll be sworn in, and then you'll have an opportunity to speak to the board and tell us what you'd like us to know. You know what? Excuse me, Patrick, can we put one copy of the site plan and the radius map over there, just to leave it there so whoever is speaking, if they have one.
They don't have it. Oh, Newbridge Road. They're in the condos.
This is the one John and I are sharing.
I don't know where the condos
John
are.
and I are sharing. Here. John and I will use this one. I just figured it might be helpful to the... What'd I give you, Patrick, a site plan or a radius map? I give him this radius map. I need a radius map. Christina, is there a radius map there you can give him? We got it, we got it.
Newbridge Road.
You don't have to use that, but just leave it there for each person to reference if they need some. So now you have to remind
My
me.
name is
Where
Rachel
the- where the-
Harari.
where are these
I am
condos?
president of Meadow Lane Equities Corp. My name is Rachel M. Harari. I am president of Meadow Lane Equities Corp.
Speak as loudly as you can.
My name is Rachel M. Harari. I am the president of Meadow Lane Equities Corp., which is the 87 townhouse unit cooperative directly across the street from the proposed Starbucks. The address is 650 Newbridge Road, East Meadow, New York.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have been in touch with Mr. Benesso, as he said. We were trying to come up to some kind of a compromise regarding the entry and exit ways for Starbucks. I should make it known to this board right now, I have several people from my co-op here, there are also other people from the neighborhood here. We don't have a problem with Starbucks per se. The problem we have is the entry and exit ways and the traffic. If you, and I understand from Mr. Felocious, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct.
When you look
his-
over there, we can't hear you.
Okay, from the traffic expert's opinions in his report, I have a few comments to make on that.
Okay.
If you don't mind, if I could come up to my illustration, which is not very sophisticated. Okay. Just so that you
Is
can
there a way to
see,
make it so
you know, we kind of put this together.
Mr. Vanessa can see it too?
We put it together from Google Earth. We put it together with labels of streets and with little car stickies, so
Okay.
that you could see
Okay.
where our problem was.
But can you pull the mic out of the, I'm sorry, but I really do want to hear you. There we go.
Better? Okay. So where he did show you the church, which is St. Raphael's, they have their exit. You missed us. Meadow Lane is right next to it.
We see it.
It looks small over here on Google Earth, and it probably looks small on your map.
Yeah, he did mention it, but.
He did
go on.
mention it, but we are, as I said, we're 87 units. There are over 100 cars that come in and out of that complex daily. And this entry and exit on Newbridge Road for us is our only entry. We don't have any other ways in and out of the co-op. That's the only one. When we, as of now, when we try to come out of our complex and go north, to go towards Hempstead Turnpike, we have to make the left coming out over here. We have to cross the church, and right now, what was Citibank is going to be Starbucks. This median lane in here that has, 1 arrow going left, 1 arrow going right, which we had an issue with the DOT because they put them in weird positions. One of them is to go into Heisler, into that street, and the left incorrectly is to go into the church, but that's the church's exit. You're not supposed to go in there. We already have a problem when we're trying to make a left to go north. These lanes here are it's only one lane on Newbridge Road. It's 2 lanes down here, comes down to 1. It's 1 lane over here, goes out to 2. So right by us, it's only 1 lane. If you have all these vehicles going in and out in the same proposed entry-exit, if there's even one slight backlog and somebody coming in and somebody coming out wanting to go south, that impedes us very dangerously to try and make a left to go north.
So just so I understand and cut to the chase, and then you can explain. where is it that your group wants them to
Okay,
enter and exit?
well, originally, and I understand, and in deference to the people on Heiser and Poppy, we wanted it the same way that Citibank had it. You had the entrances exit on the side streets. There was nothing on Newbridge Road, except all the way down by Poppy. It was the exit for the drive-through.
Okay, I understand. Now,
Citibank.
go ahead. You can go back to your thing.
So when Bill said that that wasn't likely, we said, okay, can you move it down to Poppy, down to the end? That at least gives us about a block's worth of lane to make the turn. He thought that he actually came back to me and said we couldn't move both entry and exit there because then, as I think he has illustrated, it would be a problem for the cars to come back out between the parking. But we could do, well, we hoped we could do the entry where they wanted it and the exit by Poppy. So we didn't have.
But if you're, I'm sorry, go ahead, I apologize.
So we didn't have two sets of cars coming in and out in that same area that's going to be this little cluster right here. Unfortunately, we found out from the traffic reporter, the traffic engineer, that they felt that exiting from here was more dangerous because cars would be making the left to go south into the median here, and there'd be cars here. But that's less dangerous than everybody coming out right here.
But when you say, if I understand you correctly, you said that your group of 87 units, when your folks want to turn out of your driveway to the left, you end up in a lane that's also serving as the lane for the church exit?
No. What happens is the churches, when they come out this way, we have to be very careful about them
I
because
see.
they come out without looking to their right.
The church exit people
Right.
are an issue when you, okay. but
Right,
they're-
and the other problem right now, and I kind of find it interesting that the pastor had no issue with it, the church is back here. This area over here that is used like for parking, they rent this space out to the special needs school and also the day camp that is around the corner. The day camp uses the church's parking lot as a waiting area, staging area for their parents as they're dropping the kids off. So what happens is they line up all their cars here. They have a guy with a walkie-talkie and somebody else in the day camp that has a walkie-talkie. They say, okay, you release like 10 cars. They immediately come, make the left. They have to pass my driveway and come in here before they hit North Jerusalem because they go into the camp on Newbridge. They come out of the camp on North Jerusalem. So all these cars, and 9 out of 10 of them, don't look to their right. When they get the microphone, the walkie-talkie says go, they just come and they just immediately make a right. So we're already being very careful with that. All of it is happening in the same area. On top of that, there are cars that are trying to make the left onto Heisler, legitimately. But this median here is not, as far as we know, this is not a thoroughfare. It's not a lane for cars to be driving up.
Oh, when you called it a median, I assumed it was raised, is it not?
No, it's just the middle, it's middle lane that's just narrow. North Jerusalem is down here. I believe that Mr., am I saying your name correct, Felociu? Feliciotto, okay. When you said that there was a two arrows, right, left lane going up to North Jerusalem, that's not correct. There's one left lane, it's over here, and these two are straight through. People do end up all the way up here, going into that middle lane, attempting to make the left a block and a half before North Jerusalem, and then they end up in a head-on with us as we're trying to make the left into our complex. So this whole area is dangerous.
Have you guys, is there anything in the process of, has anyone taken any steps to improve the situation? Like, I don't know, DOT or something?
We've discussed this I've lived there for 39 years. I lived there when originally Newbridge Road was one lane each direction. The state came in, took property by eminent domain, made it 2 lanes in each direction, and then a few years later went back to 1 lane in each direction, but then they had a big wide middle lane, which is used and people just drive in it, trying to cut the traffic, beat the traffic, and get to the lanes. We've asked them repeatedly, and just as recently as this summer when they were remilling the road, if they could put crosshatches in front of our entryway, because cars just come and block our entryway. We can't make lefts in, we can't make lefts out, and if you're trying to come in off of North Jerusalem, going north to make that left, I personally go into this crosshatch just to get out of the way, because cars coming out of North Jerusalem go very fast. Cars coming down at you from on Newbridge Road come very fast, and all of a sudden they see you and they realize they're not in a left turn lane. starts over here, not over here. This, as far as we are concerned, is an accident, it's more than one accident waiting to happen. Again, we don't have a problem with Starbucks per se, we have a problem with the drive-through exit coming here. As far as we're concerned, they should just use the same drive-through that Citibank did. Go out that way, and I don't know if you have the authority to do it, make them make right turns instead of left turns. When they compared this Starbucks, and it's a big location for them, I get it. When they compared it to the one that's in Belmore, Sunrise Highway, and some of the other ones, the problem with that is that on Sunrise Highway, you have 3 lanes of traffic. 2 lanes that are through traffic and 1 lane that they use to go in, and they come out on another, they don't even have to come out on Sunrise. But even if they do come out on Sunrise, they have to go east. They can't make a left turn out of that Starbucks. They have to go down to a street light, make a U-turn. This Newbridge Road over here is very narrow. It's not the same as Sunrise Highway. It's not the same as Hempstead Turnpike, where the other Starbucks is. We don't have the same room for all the traffic.
I don't think, I will say, we get a lot of Starbucks whenever they, and I will, in all honesty, say, I think, I know, because I've seen it, I understand. I've seen Starbucks where, you know, there's 12 people in line and there's 12 people on the street. And I also find it completely unacceptable because I worry about the dangers.
Right.
This is such a huge property, I will say. They have 13 cars there, at least 13 more can queue. And given that nobody's waiting for them to make, you know, baked lamb or something, I would be shocked if they will ever, to your point only about the street, I'd be shocked if they ever had a need to queue on the street on this particular site, which I know does happen.
Right,
So
I
only
know-
as to that piece.
Right, I'm not concerned about them queuing on the street. I'm concerned about them all trying to exit onto the street and making, if they're not coming out of Starbucks to go north to Hempstead Turnpike, and they're coming out to go south, they're gonna come out right here where, if my people are trying to make a left to go north, everybody's gonna be right in this one area. And if a car is coming out and a car is going in, you're also blocking all the traffic behind you that goes straight, because there's only that one lane.
Ms. Vanessa, when one leaves the site, is the idea they can turn right and left, or is it only right?
Both directions you can go.
Is there a turn lane? If I'm
Yeah,
leaving that side and I want to go left?
there's a center turn
And that's
lane.
the lane that she's,
But the center, I'm sorry, the center turn lane is not really a turn lane. There are arrows there, but one of the arrows for the left is to go into Heisler. The other arrow that goes left into the church is misplaced because that's the church's exit.
well, that's
You're
what
not
I thought you
supposed to
said
go in
earlier,
there.
okay.
Right. So, and that's, you know, I mean, we are very concerned with the traffic congestion, safety, and also, right here on the corner of Heisler, in front of the gas station, is a school bus stop. There's a school bus stop right here on the corner. At, I don't know, 9, maybe at 8:30 or 9 o'clock in the morning, at 2:30 or 3 in the afternoon. When that school bus stops, all traffic stops, everything gets backed up, and it's already gonna be, it's a nightmare to begin with. You're just gonna make it that much worse if somehow you don't change the entry and the exit for Starbucks.
So the entry and the exit are a separate issue from the amount of cars, really, right?
Right.
Even if we moving the curb cut would answer one of your issues, but it wouldn't solve the rest of them. And the rest of them really aren't solvable in many ways.
Right.
Because it's, you know, it is what it is.
Right, and we know Starbucks is very popular. That's what we're concerned about. Right, that's what we're concerned about on that one lane of Newbridge Road, directly across from the church and our entrance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Linda DiNapoli?
Yeah, they're all part of
Okay.
my co-op.
By the way, if you want to merely repeat what someone before you said, it's okay to say that, you know, I agree with the person who spoke before. You don't have to repeat it at length. How about Pat Schultz? Same thing. Okay, Joseph Neglia Jr.? Agree. All right. How about Teresa Marola? Okay. Syed Raza? Okay.
Mr. Vanessa, while he's getting sworn in, to the extent that any of these folks have further questions, I know you've already met with them and made some, you know, would you mind giving them your phone number when you depart?
I've given cards to several of them. I'd be
Yes,
happy
I
to.
just mean for questions.
Yeah, sure.
if there are any, which,
Yeah, I mean, the meeting that we had was through the Community of East Meadow Civic Association, or organizations, the president of which is here today, and he has my contact information, and he could always reach me.
thank you. Just for those. Very
My name
loud.
is Saeed Raza, 2474 Hazard Street, East Meadow, New York.
You can adjust it up since you're
Yeah,
talking.
Yes, ma'am. Pretty much she said what I need to say, but I mean, there's like few things I really need to mention. Last time when we were there in the civil meeting, one of the attorney, he just mentioned there's like 2 lane coming into from North Jerusalem to East Meadow. You make a right turn or the left turn from Jerusalem. So he wasn't aware of this. This is not 2 lane, it's like single lane. 1 lane and right before the Hazard Street, which is in the right lane. So all the traffic in the peak rush hour, or normally people think who are not from the area, or whoever coming from north to south, south to east from the Jerusalem, they think it's like 2 lanes. So all of a sudden they start merging to left 1 lane, and that's where I mean we were told that there is a entrance for the Starbucks. So all the people who driver who's coming from 2 lane into 1 lane, if there is like the traffic stop for a second, it doesn't matter. It's like a rush hour or not. But when the merging start, then all the people start merging, and at that time there's an entrance for the Starbucks. You have in and out, coming in and out. So that's going to be a big traffic mess anyway, because people think it's like 2 lane, and I was told to 2 lane from the attorney, and he said, oh, he didn't aware of it, he's going to check it. So basically it's not single lane from all the way. And the rush hour, if people coming into Starbucks, coming out to Starbucks, if you like in the morning rush hour, 1 car takes like 5 seconds to go in and out. It's not easy, because people have to wait to the car go in, or if somebody coming out from the Starbucks, they have to wait for like 5 seconds, 10 seconds. That creates the whole traffic back on North Jerusalem, coming either way, from north to south, east or west. And the other thing is that Starbucks have like drive-through. So my daughter, she loves Starbucks. She go every now and then to, she don't bring for me anything. But I mean, she said that when she heard the Starbucks coming, she said, Dad, I go Starbucks, and when I'm in the line, if somebody take more than like 2 minutes, I honk for no reason, that why it's taking so long. So that's the normal thing. If they start honking like, after 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, that's like a disturbance in the neighborhood. We have very quiet neighborhood. When we bought this place, it was like a city bank, very rare traffic, 1 people coming in, 1 customer going out like this way. But now this like Starbucks, as they mentioned, it's like a huge project, and there's like so many car parking in it. If you have huge project and the cars, there's so many cars coming in, so that means they're creating the traffic anyway. And more traffic, people, it doesn't matter, they're coming from the Hempstead Turnpike, or they're coming from Sunrise. If they're coming for Starbucks, they're coming for Starbucks for their, coffee, or they don't want to go there. Some people hang out there for like 2 hours, 3 hours. But that's creating the traffic, and that's going to be a big mess. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
My name is Manashma Jute, address 2481 Heister Street, East Meadow. Good evening, everyone. Most of my concern was addressed by the previous speakers. The other concerns I got, which was brought up by members of your board, is time of delivery, and will the vehicles, whatever making the delivery, be idling? Because my house is right next door. It's the next property to Starbucks. And also is at the 5 o'clock in the morning, when they open up, you know, what kind of a noise will be at that time in the morning.
Okay, Mr. Benesso, he raises a good point. Refrigerated trucks are gonna make a delivery here. They run, the motor of the truck might be off, but the refrigerator unit on top of the cab is, that's gotta turn off even at 5 o'clock in the morning. If you had said that the delivery is gonna be 20 minutes, they can stay with that refrigerated unit for 20 minutes. Would you agree to that?
Well, first of all, I would point out, Mr. Pellegrini, that that truck is going to be, if it parks adjacent to the building, it's going to be over 100 feet away from the neighboring property. And that's a very good distance. And then you add to the fact that there's landscaping that creates both, not only a visual buffer, but also an audible buffer. So, yes, there will be refrigerated trucks that come. Can they be turned off? No. I'm
Why
getting a
can't
nod
they-
here and a shake there.
Why can't you turn them, ask your client, why can't he turn them off? We'll get back to you, don't worry.
We could take that under advisement, but I'm being told by the representative from Starbucks that those cannot be turned off. But again, they're over 100 feet away from that neighboring property, and they're there for 20 or 30 minutes. Let's not lose sight of the fact that this is a completely commercial property. It is a business-zoned property. As I'm going to get into in our summation, we could put multiple uses on this property as of right there would be no say over any of these things, including a Chipotle and a non-drive-through 7-Eleven together could be put on this property as of right, and there would be nothing that would come before this board. So, you know, as much as I understand it, and listen, I have a very good client who is very accommodating. He does great landscaping. He puts up nice fencing and nice landscaping. He attempts to accommodate neighbors as much as possible. But this is a purely commercial property, 57,000 square feet in size.
I know you said the deliveries pickup is going to be when it's not open, understood. And I know when you said it's open, 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. open, so that leaves the remaining hours for possible times. The one that is there any way possible that any of this can happen between it's closed at 9 and maybe 10:30? I know it's a small window. I know you can't promise anything.
For what, deliveries or refuse pickup?
Deliveries and the garbage. To me, I feel the garbage, but that just because it makes so much noise. All right.
That's a very
9 to 11.
Yeah, it's hard to put that kind of control on them. It really is.
Okay, so maybe we can just pick some times it can't be, like 3 a.m. Okay, keep going. I'm sorry, sir. I apologize.
You know, I raised that concern. We have no objection to Starbucks being there. No objection. Just want to curtail the noise. I mean, at 5 o'clock in the morning, it's very quiet. And across the street from where the co-ops are, they got pick up garbage in the morning. And the car service that picked that up, you could hear the rocking that dumpster from there all the way across to where I live. And that's over 200 feet away. Yes. So now, this is going to be close to me, and I'm not objecting to Starbucks. Can we curtail the time that you guys are going to pick up the garbage? That's where it is that, you know, and then in the weird hours of the cool in the morning where it's very quiet and we want to get some sleep, and we got to listen to the trucks. You know, that's my concern. So otherwise than that, there is no objection to anything else that goes on.
My name is Monica Aguirre. I'm a resident of 2487 Heiser Street. And my objection is basically to the traffic report of some instance. When the gentleman said that it's going through traffic, what's that called? Stand traffic that's already going through?
Pass-by traffic.
Pass-by traffic? Okay, that's granted. But I don't think you added on the additive traffic that was going to bring to the community. And I think the report said it was over 300 cars that would be added to the already pass-through traffic. Is that correct?
Want to just quickly say, she's just
I think
asking
you
what,
wrote 304.
you only want one of us at a time, so you talk first. You want to just,
303, 303 with a 25% pass-by credit applied.
In the early morning, during the early morning hours to peak time.
Distinction is 303 trips, that's not 303 vehicles. Each vehicle makes an in and an out, so it's approximately 150 new vehicles on the roadway network in the worst case peak hour.
Over how long a period of time?
1 hour, peak hour.
that's your expert opinion, a
No,
projection.
no, that is right, that is the projection with a 25% pass-by, which is considered conservative. A lot of these uses will see in excess of 50% pass-by credit, meaning 1 out of every 2 people is already on the road today during the peak hour.
And you estimated 25 for your projections?
1 in every 4, yes.
That 1 in every 4, that
75.
your customers.
One in
will be
every
1 out of
4
every
is
4.
already on the road.
Correct, versus 50%, which is more commensurate with a quick serve or fast food restaurant, coffee shop type of use.
Okay.
And I agree with the previous lady that said that the egress from the church, that is the signs that say go left onto High Street are really in bad places. They're like in the middle of the road instead of being on the corner. Now, the egress from St. Raphael's is also being used by people going north on Newbridge Road as an entrance. I've personally had almost head-on collisions with cars going into that turning lane to go into the exit of the church, because the church is straight back. There is no other entrance other than straight back to go into the church. When they go from the south side, they have to go in from the south side, go around the property to go around to the back. So people from the north are taking it as an entrance, not only as an exit, and I've already had numerous times where I've always had impact with cars coming through. So that is my concern. I wanted the property to have maintained the same exit as it does now. The drive-through, the drive exit from Citibank, that was fine over there. It was there until 2002, didn't pose a problem, and to have the separation would alleviate some of the traffic concerns that I have. And if we had a no left-hand turn, that would be also another benefit. If you had no left-hand turn from Starbucks, which they do at the gas station. At the gas station on the corner, there is no left-hand turn going onto Newbridge Road or going onto North Jerusalem Road.
The one issue with keeping those entrances and exits in the neighborhood street is it's one thing when it was a bank, but the level of traffic that you're talking about going in and out of the site, the last thing we want to do is to push that from a commercial/business zone into the neighborhoods. So it's a mixed bag, it's a double-edged sword, but.
So you're saying that I wouldn't be able to say like a no left-hand turn sign over there?
No, I'm talking about maintaining the curb cuts in the residential streets. I'm not talking about the no left turns.
But the curb cuts, it's already there. The exit from the Citibank is already there.
They're gonna eliminate those.
That's what I'm, no, onto Newbridge Road. Not the
Oh,
ones,
okay.
not the ones from the side streets. I don't want the ones from the side streets. I don't want traffic coming down High Street or Poppy Street.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah, no. But I still want to maintain the Citibank exit. So entrance where it is, or maybe a little further, because that's also being used as an entrance and exit from the church and also from their property over there. But the exit coming from where the Citibank exit is right now, the drive-through now. We know that cars, when they turn, they almost come to a complete stop before they make a right-hand turn. So there may be a lot of room for them to go down and around, yes. But when cars turn, they sometimes come to a complete stop before they actually turn. And the space between High Street and the entrance is 65 feet. It's not that much feet, not that many feet for them to make a stop and then also make a right-hand turn. We would like to have the cross where they are not blocking our street also. So what's that cross, the cross-hatching? If we could have that on High Street, because that would alleviate cars blocking in case they're trying to make a right-hand turn.
Mr. Pellegrini were still here, because he would be able to tell you which government entity your group might be able to start the process of trying to get that done. It's not here, we can't control that.
Well, it's a New York State road, so it would
I
be
didn't know.
DOT.
Yes, so the DOT would be the place where you could probably start the process, obviously you have a good civic association, you guys are here, and you're very organized, and that may be where you could start the process of that, because I don't disagree with you, it doesn't look like a very good scenario, the way that road right after the intersection goes down to one.
Yeah, between the Meadowbrook, then you have the little kids' school over there. I mean, there's a lot of traffic in that area, especially in the early mornings with the bus stops.
I would maybe start with the state DOT and trying to get that cross-hatching done and whatever else you can, because I don't like the look of it either, in terms of what you're talking about.
Okay. All right, that's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you.
Vanessa, we have some people signed in as interested. Do any of them want to speak? Come up.
You, sir, in the back, yes.
Come up.
Come on down, you're the next contestant.
My name is Joseph Parisi. I reside at 1897 Lenox Avenue, East Meadow, New York. I currently serve as the president of the Council of East Meadow Community Organizations, and our organization is in favor of this project for the following reasons. Transforms a vacant property into an amenity for the community. Reuses an existing structure and footprint which will not add to density. The curb cuts on the residential streets of Heisler and Poppy will be eliminated. Thus, no traffic related to this proposal on these residential streets. When Citibank operated the site, that was not the case. The amount of stacking available on this site will not cause a backup on Newbridge Road. Will not be a late night operation, as the location will close at 9 p.m. This proposal will generate less activity as opposed to the other possible uses for this commercially zoned property. Mr. Adam Mann, the property owner, is a community-minded individual with a reputation for doing good projects with plenty of landscaping. In summary, this is a good project that eliminates a vacant property, provides a good service, does not add to density, and has a traffic plan that is well thought out. Therefore, I request that the board grant approval to this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's an uncalled comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in closing, you know, I did speak on numerous occasions with Ms. Harari, and as I said, from a lay perspective, I thought maybe it would work having separate driveways for the entrance and exit, but as you've heard, the only traffic expert who has testified this evening, Mr. Filiciotto, has indicated that best engineering practices call for the unified driveway as it is the safest operation of the site. The site has to have ingress and egress, and if the experts indicate that that's the case, I think that's what should prevail in terms of this project. Remember this also, to have two separate curb cuts on this road, meaning maintaining the existing one and adding the one that we're proposing, would not only require the engineers to say, yes, that works, and Starbucks to say, yes, that works, but we'd have to go to DOT. And DOT is typically very opposed to adding curb cuts on their roadways. So right now, we are replacing one curb cut with one curb cut. If we were to do that, we'd be adding a curb cut, and we might be, if the board were to impose a requirement that we develop the property in that fashion, we could very well be back here coming before you again saying we can't do it because of DOT. So consequently, I think the experts should be heeded in this regard as best engineering practices calls for that curb cut. Now, the rest is pretty much about traffic. And you heard Mr. Filicioto's testimony about pass-by traffic. The traffic on the roadway is the traffic on the roadway. Yes, this will generate some new trips, but something, as I told the neighbors the evening of the meeting that we had, something new is going on this property. There's not a bank coming back here with their, 9 to 3 hours, Saturday 9 to 12, closed Sundays, with very low drive-through and vehicular traffic. The greatest likelihood would be one of two things. I already referenced one of them. The property can, as of right, be developed with a non-drive-through 7-Eleven, non-gas 7-Eleven, I should say, and for a non-drive-through Chipotle. They could do both on the site. They could park it. They could meet all setbacks, and both are fully permitted in the zone. The other thing would be a office building, medical office building, as large as 40,000 square feet, which could be put on this property and could be parked on this property without any variance relief. So consequently, those are going to generate trips, and not just pass-by trips, but more origination trips. We can have Mr. Filicioto speak to it if you'd like, but it's important for the board to keep in mind that something new is going to go on this. The alternative is this project. Reusing an existing small building, a single user on the property, plenty of parking, plenty of stacking, lots of landscaping and beautification, and a very attractive facade for the building. So we feel that based upon all of the testimony, all of the evidence, and the site development plan in and of itself, we feel that this is a very good project and that the board should grant the relief required. Thank you.
Ms. Vanessa, would you quickly put me through what New York State DOT is going to, your application and what that's involved, how long it generally takes, and when would you be making that application?
I'll let Mr. Filicioto address that.
Sure. New York State DOT, for any project that has a driveway or proposes work within the right-of-way of the DOT, you have to get what's called a commercial highway access permit. That process it's evolved over the last couple of years, but it's generally a three-part process where you go with them with a conceptual plan or a partially advanced site plan. You get some feedback, you make some changes, get some based on comments, you resubmit, get a more thorough, detailed design review, and then once DOT is satisfied with the plan based on the review in response to comments, they'd be in a position to grant a permit. And then it's on the applicant to produce the requisite insurance information, bonding, contractors info, et cetera. The process, it's a little bit of a black box to pinpoint how long that process takes. It has gotten better in recent years. I usually say it's a 9 to 12 month process.
And when would you be making that application?
The discussions have already begun with DOT. There's already been initial submissions made. There's already been feedback. We do not have a permit. We do not have approval.
Okay. Can you share with me that feedback that you got from them?
Their comment was why we need access on New Bridge and all. And they said, you have driveways on the side streets, which, mind you, is a standard DOT request. If you have side street access, typically a comment that we get back from them is close the access on our road, put it on the lesser street. And sometimes that makes sense. If the lesser street has a traffic signal, or if it's also a mixed kind of use type of street, it sometimes makes sense because you're asking traffic to enter and exit off a less busy street rather than the busier street. In this case, we explained to them that, number one, these are two entirely residential streets, exception of our property. And they're both dead-end streets. So the turns are gonna happen regardless, whether you put the driveways on Heisler and Poppy, or if you have a driveway on Newbridge, there's still going to be turns onto and off of the state highway. It's whether it's based on where they're going to occur. And we said, you know, in deference to the fact that these are dead-end residential streets, we're proposing the driveway on Newbridge to separate that traffic. That was the last dialogue we had with them. We need to, you know, following this meeting, we need to advance those discussions towards the permit. We can't do anything without a highway.
Understood. So if they say to you that we're not gonna allow curb cuts on Newbridge, you would put curb cuts appropriately on the side streets if you would? You'd be back here, I assume.
We'd have to use the side streets. I don't know if we'd have to come back here.
Well, we'd come back with a modified layout for the plan. Whether we'd have to have another hearing is a question. It could be potentially done administratively. But I think, you know, DOT has seen this plan, is that correct? And what was the reaction? I know they didn't approve it, but they have seen it. Have they given any inclination that it would be acceptable to them?
They didn't outright reject our logic.
Okay.
They need more information. They need more details. They need more information. But that was the substantive comment that we got that we addressed. Typically, those are the types of comments we want to deal with first, rather than what's the height of your curb or what type drainage structure.
Understood.
You want to work through the access-related issues first, and so that's where we're at.
Thank you.
Who told you that the one curb cut had to be across from the other one?
No one told us. It's typically when you have a situation where you have driveway along a road like this, and a two-way left turn lane, you try to limit the instances where you have left turns that overlap one another. Look, I'm sympathetic to what the people from Meadow Lane are bringing forward, because I do understand their constraint. I'm looking at it, I'm sketching out here. I get it. We're also looking at St. Raphael's as a larger generator. There's school buses there. There's a lot of transient people coming to and from. And so having those lefts potentially in conflict was the reason why. We tried to align those driveways the best we could. Subject to DOT's approval, of course. They did not, no. They did not explicitly say do this.
No, ma'am, I think I explained, or Mrs. D'Amato explained, the way the hearings are conducted. You had your chance. They're now responding to the comments that were made by the people in opposition, and we're going to close the hearing. Okay? That concludes
Yes, sir.
everything you have to say. So unless there are any other questions from the board, I'd like someone to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the hearing be closed, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Benesso and everyone else in this room who has signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it is rendered. Thank you all for coming and participating, and please get
Second.
home safely.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
That concludes the hearings. We will take a short break, and then we will come back and possibly do decisions. We will do some decisions. Perhaps not all of them. this one? All right. We are going to do decisions. First case, 602 of 2025, Topo Gigio Realty LLC. The case has been adjourned to December 17th at 2 p.m. Cases 603 to 2025 to 608, 2025, 77 Vanderbilt LLC. You want to hold it? Good, hold it. That'd be a good idea. KD. Okay. West Hempstead, case 609 of 2025 and 610 of 2025. West Hempstead, Prit M. and Harband Singh. These are variances, subdivisional lot, side yard aggregate, maintain a dwelling on a lesser lot, demolish existing garage on Plot A, and 603 Maple Street, and 610 is West Hempstead, Prit M. and Harband Singh, variances, subdivisional lot, front width from and on street line. Part of the distance to front setback line, construct dwelling with garage, that's Plot B. We need a CEQA determination. Who would like to make that motion? This is the case that was granted previously.
Yes.
I'll make it if you want me to.
CEQA, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, as it relates, pardon me, to cases 609 and 610 of 2025, cases affect the property located at 603 Maple Street in West Hempstead. As you had indicated, the applicants Preet M. and Harband Singh. It's a case we had heard previously and granted and re-granted. I move that based on the testimony and the evidence otherwise in the file and the review by our office previously done, that we adopt a negative declaration as to the CEQA determination.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
In addition, Mr. Chairman, I move that we grant the relief requested with all of the current subdivision and new home conditions.
Second, all in favor? Aye.
They weren't able to file their CNRs because it expired. I agree that yep.
Start all over again.
It shouldn't be an issue. I thought that was the testimony.
Yeah.
Because since you've been here, our conditions have gotten strong.
Yeah, they're tight.
Tight was exactly the word I was
Sure he did, too. All right, next case, 428 of 2025, Point Lookout, Stephanie Keller. Variance, lot area occupied, side yard, rear yard, construct a dwelling. Anybody want to have anything to say about that case? This
I
is,
wrote that I would inspect it, but I don't.
oh,
There's two houses right next door to the person that's complaining, and his house and the house next door to him are just as big as what he's talking about. A lot of the houses in Point Lookout are like that. They don't have a lot of big setbacks. They're
right.
bigger houses on smaller lots. So like, to me, we should just grant it, let them build their house.
I'm totally fine with that. You wanna make that motion?
Can I make that motion, or anybody have any objections?
Nope.
Okay, I make a motion, file number 428 of 25 Point Lookout, Stephanie Keller, variance lot area, occupied, side yard, rear yard, construct dwelling, 97 Hewlett Avenue, be granted as requested with all new home conditions,
Including owner occupied.
including owner occupied. Yes, thank you.
all in favor?
Aye.
Six 78 of 2024, that Hewlett Rockland Portfolio LLC, that case has been adjourned to May 6th of 2026 at 2 p.m. And the last case is 548 and 554, 2025 East Meadow, Pathland Holdings LLC. Anybody want to take a peek at that one if they think it's necessary?
It's a very good case.
I think it's a perfect case for a drive-through. It's got 58,000 square feet, it's got buffer, it's got the parking.
I think it's
I mean,
unfortunate,
it is.
a few difficulties that the folks have related to exiting their condo area, but I don't think they have really pretty much anything to do with the quality of this case.
I agree, and I think there's traffic all over the place, whether it's on Newbridge Road, Sunrise Highway, Rockaway Avenue. They have to be able to use their property.
But you know what, I would say this, I do think we should contact the attorney. When it comes to deliveries and refuse pickup.
Oh, speaking of that, yeah, I did have some conditions.
That was a consideration that the board had, not that, we should limit the garbage pickup or prohibit it.
Yeah.
I understand the concerns, but as it's a tremendous piece of property, the deliveries with the refrigerator truck are 100 feet from the nearest house, okay? I can't talk about noise from the garbage being dropped, but, it's 100 feet. It's such a big piece of property. I don't see any problem with anything. Actually, we could ask them to be considerate of the neighbors.
And the reason for it is I want to look at that particular section of that roadway. I've been there many, many times, and I didn't realize that it narrowed. I just want to take a look at it.
Apparently it changed recently, went from a 4-lane roadway to a 2-lane
Yeah.
roadway with a middle turn area.
Yeah. I'm gonna put that on.
I understand, but as they have a right to build something on there. and
No,
and
I'm not
whatever
saying they don't. I'm not saying they don't. I just want to take a look. I want to
I
hold
got
it
you, but
to December 3rd.
That's fine, but I'm just saying that,
In general, I think it's a good application as well.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm
Just that I'm not familiar with it. Okay, you got it.
I think it's prudent, I will reach out I'll ask him to email me any proposed conditions. I know that there was an issue with respect to limiting deliveries and refuse pickup, which I understand, that is loud. Yeah, the man testified that he started the garbage pickup at the time across the way.
In that case, what would be like the buffer? There's got to be some type of shrubs that would buffer the noise, correct?
Yeah, they have 2 rows.
I'm sure it will help with the noise. And you can kind of see, this is the landscaping buffer.
Yeah.
So this would hold in, it's going to beautify, but then you also have some landscaping particularly over there. And then are we doing a fence? Yeah, fence, but this should help also mitigate any additional noise.
That seems to be.
Yeah, I got that.
It's kind of funny because Katura alluded to what it sounded like when she lived in Manhattan. I remember having stayed at Marriott's Essex House, and I got a room on East 58th Street where all the garbage trucks go right up there from about midnight to 7 o'clock in the morning so that you cannot sleep.
Yeah.
It was impossible to sleep.
I used to jokingly complain, I don't know why Giuliani got certain people out of the carting business, because on my street, I lived on 53rd between 5th and Madison. There were 12 businesses and everyone had a different carter.
Yeah.
So literally, every half an hour, the run, and
That's
all the
right.
gospel, clank, 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 clank.
Yeah.
And just when you fall back asleep, the next guy's carter comes. I was like, when, at least it was better when one carter just did it and you had half an hour noise and it was over with for the night. And just what you said.
Yeah.
When I lived in the city, it was more the ambulance that would wake you up. You're like, what?
I don't know why anybody would live in the city. I mean, for just those reasons.
Are you kidding?
I love living in the city. If I
There's
didn't
so
have
much
kids,
energy and all the young people. My niece lives in there. The other one's moving in. It's the place to be.
You should move back in.
Me?
Yeah.
Not for me.
I'd love to.
City. I lived in the city for
Well,
a long
I
time.
take it back. I
Starbucks, if it gets approved, we should not have those trucks idle.
He wants,
Refrigerated trucks.
oh, well, that's- I move we adjourn.
Second.
Aye.